believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. Yes, and we are doing Freedom Friday. And we are here to talk about how you people are going to benefit from our basic income plan of $400 a month. Now, there are people out there using my ideas, claiming it's they're going to offer $500. Oprah claiming she's going to offer $1,000 a month. If any of them are serious toward the election, I certainly will match their numbers and up it by $5. So everyone knows that I will offer and beat by $5 the amount that they're offering. This is a sustainable plan. This is a great way to get, our country to the point where we have spending money, all of us. And with our country moving toward automation more and more, we're going to have to get a little bit more realistic about how everyone's going to get by. Now, being I have ideas that are written in our website, americasthirdparty.com, that will fix this country. Can you do $8,000 a month? Not right now. No. The ideas are very simple, and we put them all in a book, which we really like. This is not me. This is a Photoshop, by the way. Just so you know, I don't walk around with a weapon. Thank you. Yeah, we put them in a book that we wrote called Hybrid Capitalism. And hybrid capitalism essentially is a way to get the economy rolling in a tough time. And this concept is very simple. We get the government to start competing in the free market without giving tons of money to venture capitalists like Obama did. We actually build solutions to the country's problems, like generic medicine for people, creating solutions like an automobile. There's no reason why our country can't seize some of the manufacturing capability of General Motors. We certainly paid enough into them, and build an automobile out of some of their factories that could get 100 miles per gallon and travel 0 to 60 in 6 or 7 seconds, carry 4 passengers, and get great comfort, performance, everything. But our country doesn't seem to be thinking along those lines. Trump doesn't talk about building new production. He just talks about how great we're doing, and we're not doing too great. We're losing market share, and our contribution to the world's GDP has declined by over 10% over 10 years. The only other country that did that was the Soviet Union, and we saw what happened to them. So I don't think we're on the right path with Trump. I think he's diverting attention to make it look like he's doing great things when he's not. And we are now languishing and wondering where we're at. Between the Russian investigation that's ongoing, Trump still colluding with Russia, secretly meeting with Vladimir Putin last week. It's pretty insane. He doesn't even want to have records of his meeting with Vladimir Putin, even though he's under investigation for colluding. I mean, that's the action of a guilty man, not a person who is free of any connections to Vladimir Putin. We've got a lot of problems right now in our country, probably more than we've ever had. Okay, a high school teacher slaps a pupil in Sans Souci High School. Okay, thanks, Concordia. Look at some possible violence here in America when teachers take matters in their own hands.
This is evidence down. Please! This is a disciplinary hearing now. Take out the... This is your book. You must look like this. Where's your book? You don't have one. Strike one. One for me, 0 for you. Right? Your phone shouldn't be in your hands. You shouldn't have a phone. You want to challenge me? My dear, you're going to get lost. I've been where you've been. Yes. I have 3 degrees too. Working on my 3rd one. You don't even have a book in grade 9. Okay? That is what it should look like. This thing I shouldn't see. Code of conduct. Must I show you the code of conduct? There. Do you know what it says about phones? Why do you disobey that? Why don't you have a book?
Don't change it, man.
What?
About the code of conduct. You're swearing at me now.
What did I swear? What did I say to you?
Everybody heard you, man.
What did I say to you, Shante? Did I say? Tell me. What did I say? Kom, ik ben klasse. Kom. So you're swearing at me?
I'm swearing at you.
So you're speaking a different language in my class. That's it. Ik ga dit in een volgende gooi. Ik bewe van kwaad gaan. Want ik heb niet tijd. Vat het. Uit my class uit. I'm not swearing at you. I'm chasing you out of my class. Go call Mr. Engel. Go call Denise now. Give me your phone. You shall not have this. This is against the code of conduct. Are you here? Are you here? You pushed me. You swearing me. You swear.
Where was this again? In Sans Souci Girls High School in Cape Town, South Africa. Yes.
From Ghana. Hello. You were at the...
Thank you for that link. I've got to get to the main news here. Virginia Governor Ralph Northam has no plans to resign over the blackface photograph, by the way. And as you know, I support his decision because I, too, did a blackface video. In his case, he claimed he didn't do a picture of blackface, but he was on it in his alumni album. There's no reason why this man should step down. Blackface is protected under freedom of speech. It's the Democrats that are trying to realign our thinking and make us all seem like we can't express ourselves. Welcome, everybody, on UHF 4. Hi there. Welcome. Thank you for telling us, Dave Fan. But another story, you know, the Lieutenant Governor of Virginia said that it was unacceptable what Ralph Northam did. Ridiculous. Hang on. Now, the Lieutenant Governor, Justin Fairfax of Virginia, has been accused of sexual assault by yet a second woman. Yeah. Yep. So this African-American is now claiming innocence, but yeah, the guy who was saying Northam should step down because probably somebody in the Democratic Party forced him to say it. I've yet to hear anything from an African-American about the whole thing, except for him. But now, one other woman, a second woman, came forward Friday with claims that she'd been sexually assaulted by him in 2000 at Duke University, saying in a statement his actions were premeditated and aggressive. And they demand that he resign immediately. Yeah, she apparently was attacked by him sexually, much like the other woman who was, according to her, forced to have oral sex with him and gagged. And she said it was a horrible experience. Forced to have oral sex. Yes, let's turn on the, you know, that's sodomy, by the way, in case you didn't know. That's sodomy. Those are their laws against oral sex as sodomy. Yeah. You dressed in ginger face? Well, that's nice. Well, so this is an ongoing problem, and this guy's going to have to answer to the music. He claims that they're just attacking him, blah, blah, blah. But 2 women now. I'm beginning to think it's more like Bill Cosby. It's beginning to sound a lot like gelatin. Yeah, the whole Bill Cosby thing is reminiscent here. What is with these people that are forcing women to have sex with them, or anybody for that matter, is that they don't get what they want. They're not in a good relationship. Most of them are in a very strained relationship like Donald Trump is, where, you know, his wife seems like she's almost to the point where she's miserable. Like this scene right here. Remember this from last night? Remember he said something to her and then she's like, wow, look at that. That's not a good relationship. Well, welcome to the show. We have a kind of a different approach as time goes on. We're starting to look at this as a positive as opposed to a negative. So if you are negative about a third party, you're going to have to kind of sit back and watch us people who are positive do what we need to do to make this a possibility. If you're one of those people like we had for many months who lingered in our room, constantly saying this is a waste of time, blah, 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 and nobody knows anything, we're all stupid, blah, blah, blah. Those people we don't need here. And I had to actually ban a regular viewer last night because it just didn't fit. We don't have room for that negativity here. There's enough negativity in the news to poo-poo everybody. Trump is a class act if you're a really dumb shit. There you go. That's so true. Wow. Is this real? Is this Elena Kagan's real statement? I don't know if this is real, but I mean, Elena Kagan, the Supreme Court justice, is tweeting. A white man on the metro just offered his seat to me. How belittling. I was riding on the metro because I saw a darkest hour and it looked fun, but now I'm furious. Wow. That's pretty weird. And, you know, I didn't know Elena Kagan was getting like Trump, and yeah, she's starting to tweet. This is scary. Oh, it was not Justice Kagan. Oh, it was Justice not. Oh, it's not Elena Kagan. Thank you. Yeah, don't post things about Elena Kagan unless she's actually posting these things. Believe me, we've got enough fake news just coming out of Donald Trump's mouth and all the things he says he did, which she didn't do. We played a video last night of the lies that he said during the State of the Union message. It was phenomenal how many lies he had. Yeah. Yeah, don't send me fake information about people. We know enough about Elena Kagan to know that she never was a justice or a judge prior to being given the seat by Barack Obama. The only reason why she got it was she kept all those lawsuits regarding his birth certificate out of the docket when she was Solicitor General. It was a classic case of payback. Elena Kagan should never have been allowed to be justice. Well, look at Brett Kavanaugh, the alleged rapist. How did he ever make it? We've got a bunch of corrupt people in that state, in that Supreme Court right now. Oh, Howie's starting to slip back into his old ways. Gosh, Howie, try to elevate out of that. You get a 5-minute waiting time to come up with something more intelligent. Well, I would make a great president. You can't see it happening. How would it? What's your plan? My plan all along was to get on the ballot. And we even have a method to do that at America's Third Party. You can go to the old site and see all the different ways you can get us on the ballot. But I realize that the country is so far gone that most of us are beyond help. Most of us are so apathetic. You're lucky to even be in here watching the show. So one person over at iVlog is planning to get me on the the write-in ballots of 32 states. He's going to send me information. I'm going to sign that, and they're going to send it back to him and send it to the FEC, or the state of question, because the state itself, usually the Secretary of State, usually takes this information. And as a write-in candidate, if I can get on as a write-in candidate in every state, that's a plan right there. Sound is working, yes. For some reason, you're not getting sound. But that's not necessarily the way things are going to happen. Politics is totally corrupt. I'm becoming more of an international success because the media is censoring me here in America. And because I have this ability to unite the world with America with a new face, I think we can actually make that work for us. If we have a resounding request for David Sponheim as president in America, eventually people in the know will figure this out. That I'm the uniter, I'm the glue that will bring this country together in the center of the political spectrum and have a brand new face with foreign policy that doesn't involve sending missiles into countries and attacking innocent people like Trump did 8 days into the presidency. He killed 31 people. That was an atrocious misuse of military force. Even the military was shocked that he did this. Obama didn't do it because the military said it doesn't look, our intel says it doesn't look legit. They aren't necessarily terrorists. Donald Trump, 8 days into the presidency, attacked these people with UAVs. 31 dead. We know for a fact one 8-year-old girl died that day. And most of those people were not terrorists. The idea is that everyone likes me around the world. And I think it's just a question of time before I'm either chosen as a VP for Donald Trump, or maybe we will build a third party, but I'm not really worried about it. I have almost an unending passion and sustainability for doing this. I have never made a penny doing it, and that's what scares these people. I'm not viable. And because of that, they are scared. An honest man is the most dangerous man in a corrupt world. And I do plan on stopping a lot of this corruption at great risk to myself. But it's only because of this that we do this show. Yeah, that's Justice Kagan not. Yeah, that's not Elena Kagan, dude. Thanks, Ghost. How fast do you fake read? I don't fake read. Yeah. I would probably say 6,000 words a minute. But my retention level drops significantly the faster I read. I worry about Sarah all the time, yeah. She's here right now. She's resting. Trump supporters can't hear this cast. It's the future of muting. Is audio down over here? Somebody said their audio's down. Is audio down? Sound is okay here. Yeah, everyone hears me except for one person. 10-year-old drummer, really. I will pay $400 to any U.S. citizen when I become president. $400 a month to every U.S. citizen. We have a basic plan in place. I'll need congressional support to build an infrastructure bank to finance it, but I plan on financing it through the executive branch once I get access to the Treasury. I believe that with my close scrutiny of the Treasury's budget, the president has this ability. He's the only person who can do this. The president has the ability to open up the Exchange Stabilization Fund. And the Exchange Stabilization Fund is the source of all of the secret revenue the government has. Now, Donald Trump doesn't have the brain power to talk about this or even understand what I'm talking about. But I can tell you that the Exchange Stabilization Fund will tell me all that I need to know and will direct a team of presidential appointees to fund the initial payment of $400 a month for every U.S. adult. Anybody who qualifies. And I just talked about this in the pre-show. The EID program can be linked with this. Now, I know that I want to get an EID, but I have to go way far away and take my birth certificates to get the EID. This could be the one-step process. You get your EID, you can travel outside the country to Canada and Mexico, and you'll also get $400 a month with an EBT card. I mean, it's the ultimate thing for the American citizens. I'm not bribing anybody. No, I think that we can take money out of our defense budget and fund this. And the Democrats like my idea so much they copied it and want to up it to 500. And some even talk about 1,000 a month. So Ghost said he could get on Twitter and be banned in 10 minutes. Wow. That's a serious ability. You must know exactly what to say. What do you start out by saying, today I'm going to talk about Pizzagate? That'll get you banned immediately. Pizzagate is supposedly a bannable offense in a nation that has freedom of speech. I'm not sure if we have a good fit with you, Ruby Kian. It sounds to me like you're a rework of the guy I banned last night. So you've been banned permanently. Yeah, I banned a guy last night who came up with a name he thought might work, but that's not going to work for you. Oh, well, I will play the video if you make sure you know where it is. Let's take a look. Yes, this is a transgender whose rights have been violated. Yeah, I mean, he has the freedom to, you know, get his money back. Let's take a look. You have a right to get your money back within 3 days of every purchase.
Excuse me, it's ma'am. It is ma'am. You need to settle down and mind your business, okay? Ma'am, once again, ma'am. I said both of you. No, you said sir. Once again, it's ma'am. I just said both of you guys. Right beforehand, you fucking said sir. Sir? Motherfucker, take it outside. If you want to call me sir again, I will show you a fucking sir. I apologize. Motherfucker. I apologize now. I need your corporate number because I'm going to call them and talk about how it's misgendered several times in this store. I apologize for that. I need your corporate number now. Get it for me now. I'm going to ask you to calm down and stop cussing. Give me your corporate number. Well, I'm going to ask you for the 5th time to stop calling me a man, because quite clearly I am not. And I apologize. I'm sorry for that, ma'am. I will get you that number. Is that okay? Yes, get it for me now. I'm asking you to stop cussing. Get it for me now. I'm not cussing. I'm not cussing. Okay. Get me the damn number now, please. Ooh! Ma'am, I apologize. I apologize, ma'am. I will get you that number right now. No, you're just going to keep bumping your gums. You're just going to keep bumping your gums and disrespecting trans people in this store, which I plan on telling the entire LGBTQ community. You're going to lose money over this.
Have a nice day, ma'am. See you later. That was pretty intense. We've seen that before, yeah. The testosterone injections, I mean, the estrogen injections didn't kick in. She was having, she was having a menopausal, mock menopausal episode. It was an MME, yeah, a mock menopausal episode. I just made up that word. A girl, yeah. Play this too, Dave. Okay, we're just going to play all your links about transgenders.
Good try. You have to bifurcate it. Did she deserve the honor? Probably not. Is she brave? Of course she's brave. All those years invested as this sports legend, to come out transgender is horribly difficult. It is the most difficult thing you can do. I've been overseas. I've flown helicopter missions, surveillance missions. I've been shot, stabbed. Being brave is being yourself. And being transgender is about the bravest thing you can do. Did she deserve the award? Yes.
Why are we mainstreaming delusion?
It's not delusion.
Why would you call it delusion?
Because Caitlyn Jenner, I'll call him Caitlyn Jenner.
No,
because
it's her. You're not being polite to the pronouns.
Because
disrespect.
Okay, forget about the disrespect. Facts don't care about your feelings. It turns out that every chromosome, every cell in Caitlyn Jenner's body is male with the exception of some of his sperm cells. It turns out that his brain structure is male. It turns out that he still has all of his male appendages. How he feels on the inside is irrelevant.
Wait a second. I was told last night by someone that Caitlyn Jenner had his penis removed. Now I'm getting a completely different story, and I don't have the time to cover this, so I'll add it to my link library tonight. Thank you. Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of whether Caitlyn Jenner had his penis removed or not. So he does have a penis. Thanks, Howie. You know a lot about transgenderism, Howie. You seem like you're an expert or something. The $400 represents what you can get. No, it's not a tax refund. It's just it's called a basic allowance. We call it the baseline plus, where the plus is you working. The baseline is the $400 a month, which will barely cover your Tootsie Rolls. Yeah, your tent alone is going to cost you $39.99 at Best Buy, the one you're going to live in. You don't think you're human, Howie? Now that's sad. Now that's just sad, see? What's the whole thing with transgenderism? Why is it completely taking over our show? As you know, I'm not in favor of LGBTQ, openly not in favor of it, but I'm not here to discriminate against these people either. What do you think about the USA's involvement in Venezuela? Blonde girls love her. Well, I don't believe we're destined to be involved with Venezuela. If Donald Trump takes messages from Vladimir Putin properly, he'll be a good puppet and won't get involved. But clearly the Western European aspect of the New World Order, the Kissingers and all these people that support globalization, they want Venezuela to succumb and Guaido to be the new leader. They want Venezuela to become part of their big bank-controlled system. Maduro is standing up to that, being he's the descendant of Hugo Chavez's duly elected socialist government. He doesn't want the Western allied Goldman Sachs group to take over his country, and that's why he's turning down any support, even humanitarian support, because they sometimes slip in guns and bombs and do weird things and start major riots. That's why he's not doing that. Maduro is smart to not take any support. You don't know what kind of support's coming your way. It could be some sort of a trick. Anyway, I'm not here to take sides in that matter, and I don't think Trump should either. With the fact that Vladimir Putin is threatening the world with bigger and more dangerous weapons constantly. Hey, I Beyond That, welcome. Welcome to Periscope. Yeah, the fact that our country is seemingly always in the middle doing the New World Order thing, the Zionist New World Order thing. If Trump is going to follow the Western leaders like Kissinger, we'll call it New World Order West, as opposed to New World Order East, which would be the Russian oligarchs, it's very possible they're both looking for the same thing, to take over Venezuela. Russia wants to do it by working with Maduro. We want to do it by replacing him with Guaido. We'll call him Guido for one. I know, maybe you can get on that. 1234 ABCD is trying to go after Howie and his thing about women. Good luck with that. That might take up your entire show. We don't think that the plan that Kamala Harris has and others in the Democratic Party, Medicare for All, which is really the single-payer plan pumped up on steroids, I don't think it's necessary, plus we can't fund it. The fact is we have Medicaid for All right now. Medicaid for All works, but it's barely functional. But we have to lower the cost of health care. If we don't do that, we're all going to get ripped off every time we go to the doctor. And I can show you countless cases where medical ripoff is going on left and right in America. And nobody in the Democratic or Republican Party has stopped this. Now, I have the mobile medical unit solution. This is not Trump's solution. This was mine. He tried to pretend like it was his idea, and it never was. But the mobile medical solution can be implemented rather quickly in every city in America. Rapid response units can be brought to every area and rotated around every day of the week. Or maybe 2 days it'll be in one spot, 2 days in another spot, 2 days in another spot, and 1 day in an outreach area. Something like that. So we could save some money on gas. But it's going to be very affordable. $30 will get you a basic checkup. And if you don't have any money, Medicaid vouchers will be given, and you'll just have to sign an affidavit saying you're broke. That's pretty simple. You may have a fingerprint. But what I don't want to do is keep track of all the records. I want these units to be free of any healthcare record keeping. That alone will cost time and energy. And we won't be doing anything invasive to you, so there's no chance of threat of lawsuit. You will have ramps for paraplegic people. The staircase is in the back. There's a ramp next to it. You can see that. This area right here will be the distributor. The Pill-O-Matic will be in here, an automated pill system that you'll be able to put some money in a cash receipt. $20 bill will get you your meds. Or you might want to buy some marijuana. 3.5 grams for 20 bucks is probably a pretty good quality marijuana that you'll be able to get there too. Yeah, so it'll be a very affordable marijuana distribution system, which will help pay for the mobile medical system. Anybody could use it because I'm going to make recreational marijuana legal. Yeah, all the units will have marijuana sales as well. The whole idea is to get these things to pay for themselves. Right now, we have a really bad system that is overcharging everybody who's not a bag person to pay for the bag people. We've got a theory that we should build the Mexico wall with recycled Sears shopping carts. That's a great suggestion. Yeah. Well, I've come up with a way to build a $1 billion solution for the wall. The entire wall can be built for $1 billion. Let me reveal it. Ladies and gentlemen, the $1 billion container fence idea. This container fence is stacked all the way down the line, 40-foot containers juxtaposed so they have a stronger position. Like one would be here and the other would be come out off the other. We'd link the top and the bottom and weld the top and the bottom together as well. There's going to be bathrooms right next to the mobile medical units. I didn't show you those. Those are around the back. Yeah, nice bathrooms. You won't have to worry about urination and defecation while you're waiting. And we might even have a concession stand offering, something like filtered fruit water or something. Something to get your electrolytes up. Naturally filtered water with a spritz of 5% fruit juice. That would be nice. Okay, Emmett Miller was a great American. We can't do blackface on the show. Mark won't let it. Yeah, I used to do blackface here all the time, but Mark said it really upsets him, so I don't, in deference to that. And I understand if some people still believe that blackface is racist, which it's not. Go right ahead and, in deference to you, I won't play it here. Well, Mark won't allow it. Yeah, every single station will have fruit enzyme misting stations where you put your face up there and it'll spray fruit enzyme on it. So you'll walk away with a smile. We'll also check your blood pressure. I am Native American. Well, partly. Not to the point where I would have collected affirmative action, but I'm not wearing lipstick, no. Should I? The fact of the matter is, a significant portion of my ancestry came from a Native American. Yeah, these two Algonquin Indians are my relatives. And I can tell you that I would definitely see a similarity in my face between myself and this man right here. You can see almost identically the nose and facial features are a match. Unlike unlike Elizabeth Warren, I never said I was Native American. Consequently, I didn't get any money to go to college. I was the #1 student in my high school class. And I was given no funding whatsoever to go to college. Especially the colleges of my choice. I had high SAT scores. I had no marks against me. I had great records. But had I said I was Native American, I would have gotten money like she did. Instead, I couldn't finish my college education. I was denied. Yeah. So you can see there's a resemblance, right? I support anybody who does blackface because it's certainly protected under free speech. And I think this is a dividing line right now that we're standing on. We're looking to the left at the Democrats who are trying to drag us into their collectivist mentality, their socialist mentality, and saying, no, we don't want that. We want to encourage people to speak out. If you're black and you want to do whiteface, we certainly protect your right to do that. I see no reason why you can't, you know, do dress up even. You transgenders, you want to dress up, go for it. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to allow transgenderism and not allow blackface, that's absurd. A lot of people have done blackface and whiteface, and here's a model who's done blackface, very beautiful woman. She got a lot of responses from this blackface. Emmett Miller was a great American. Well, blackface is making a comeback. You know, they have the Al Jolson annual celebration, and I think it's Palm Springs. I'm a blackface pioneer. I'm not trying to turn all of you people into white people. I'm not exporting white people here. I'm trying to get people to understand that you have the right to speak out. And even if you want to look back on our history and say, yeah, blackface was an amazing time, a lot of entertainers, Al Jolson, but we're not allowed to do that because of this terrible reality check. You see, the Algonquin Indian tribe that obviously I'm related to had a tradition, a rite of passage tradition of going in blackface. And I know it seems odd that I'm not in any way a practicing Native American, but I can tell you that they had the right to do blackface, and everybody should have the right to do blackface. But freedom of speech stands for what it is. Freedom of speech. You can't take it away from Americans who fought for it. You can see how much I look like this guy. I mean, he's a Native American who traditionally did, they painted their skin for battle and, you know, war. Well, it's been in the news, that's why I'm talking about it. I normally don't talk about blackface, but because it's been a big part of the news, and everybody who's standing behind what they did isn't leaving office, so we're standing strong for freedom of speech, and the Democrats are going to have to, you know, bag it. I don't have that video to play because I can't play blackface on Vaughn. He won't let me play it. He said it would be a terms of service. And I would rather we move forward talking about the future. Thank you. We have a 10-year-old drummer who's won Denmark's Got Talent compilation. We'll be playing him tonight. It looks like we've got some young people who've really got some talent. Let's play a little swash of this young man. All right, well, that'll be fun. We'll put that in our lineup tonight. Okay, so Sarah is here. We've got a very snowy season we're happening in Washington. 20-degree weather at night for 2 weeks. We're getting the tail end of the polar vortex here. Really crazy. We're another snowstorm coming. Not looking forward to that.
What's the weather going to be tonight? I should check.
And when I get back, I'll talk about Matthew Whitaker and his weird comments today. I'll bring that up. How he wouldn't answer questions about how he has been following and tracking Robert Mueller's successes. Matthew Whitaker, the acting attorney general, won't talk. Something's up with his evasiveness, and I'll get to that later. Thank you.
I like what somebody said. Sarah's yawn face.
Yes, yawn face.
I did take a little nap, but then I decided to wake up and do a little research. It has been snowing here. You're snowed in over in Seattle. We'll probably be snowed in for tomorrow. Probably won't go out anywhere tomorrow. We did have school and did a lot of learning today. We were working on subtraction with ungrouping and researching animals. No, I won't wear blackface. I think anyone can do that, but I'm not going to. No, I don't know who that is. Big hug. Thank you. Oh, a 10-year-old female drummer. Nice. Very good. All right. I was just going to put in. Right now it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit in our area. No, I teach at the elementary level, so that's not an occurrence that happens at the elementary level. Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's a high school thing. I don't know. Wow. Yeah, it's nice to visit with you as well, Jacket. I think yeah, anyway. Well, they have like love bugs and Valentine's. Does that count? Happy birthday cards. Does that count? You know, they're like, they're so cute. They're adorable. Something like that. I feel like I should play a video. I want to talk to David or something really quick. Let me get a video on. I want to add, well, David should have one in here. I can just play a video really quick. Update David Max. What is this? It's just a, oh, that's not what I want to play. No. An intro video. I just came in here and like, I'll be right back. I'm gonna ask David if he hears something. What is ATP build? What is this? Okay, I'll be right back. Sorry, you can't read lips. You have no idea what I was saying. I was commenting on DT Alora's thing about her. She liked her math teacher that he gave up. He taught math on his own time. You did not miss my show. Why would you say that? What makes you say that, 734? Oh, I missed his explanation. No, it's okay. He was a wonderful man. That's good. I feel like my teeth are weird and I should use fake teeth because I feel like my teeth aren't perfect, but thanks for saying my teeth are fine. Mad Dog. Just a troll, Sarah. Just a troll. Thank you, Scissor Fight, for saving me from the trolls. No, I don't do that, Howie. Shall we look at the news together? Hang out? I always look at the news. I always end up looking at the news with you. I should talk about beautiful things and I should have positive messages to say to you all. I do enjoy interacting with chat. I do enjoy this medium. Sometimes I wonder, I kind of wish, like, I don't have a whole lot of experience with FaceTime where I'm actually like video chatting with someone else. I just feel like I'm video chatting with myself. But anyway. All right. And the news, sometimes it's just, it's so negative. Everything's so negative. I should talk about some positive things, like all the awesome kids that came to school and are learning, and the beautiful snow. So there'll be snowpack. My garden plans, my next thing in my garden that I want to do is, last year I bought this indoor garden greenhouse. It's like just a small it's a shelf with like a zip greenhouse over it. It's a really good deal, and I need to assemble it, and then to go with it I also bought these heating pads and then trays for soil blocking. And soil blocks are these, like, you make a certain mixture to get your seed starters, and then you put it in these like little, it's like a Lego, it presses down and gets your soil in there, and then that's where you start your seeds in. And so I need to do that. That's my next step. Hello, Sir Jacob. I'm like, and it's not at my house, it's sitting at my school, and just going down and doing that. I do have worms. Also, my garden adventure, so it's been snowing here. It snowed on Monday, and then Tuesday was freezing, so it said school was canceled on Tuesday because it was actually quite beautiful on Tuesday. The sun was shining, but it was really, really cold. I think that's what is going to happen tomorrow. And then what am I going to be planting? I know I'll probably be planting radishes and rye seeds. And then I also got these cool little plants and some bugs from our science kit that we're studying right now. And it's out of school. Most of my gardening happens out of school, Badger, so I can't do that. But one of the things I am... Yeah, well, and then, so school was canceled on Tuesday. School wasn't even going, the kids didn't have to go to school on Monday because it was like teachers had to go in. So now teachers that didn't go in on Monday have to go in and work another weekend or something like that. Yeah. Usually you eat radishes like diced up in a salad. That's usually how I eat them. You can eat them raw, but you should like dip them in ranch dressing. They're really good. But I really like horseradish on a little tiny bit of horseradish on some steak is really good. How much rye are we talking about? Badger Waxer says, till the ryegrass under before planting the rest of the crop. All right. I have never planted, I just started planting a little ryegrass in a little tiny cup to like show students we're comparing plants. But, and then we're going to be planting radishes, but I don't know about like everything else. But I have this really cool book. I think it's in another room, but you should look at your TILT organization, because our TILT organizations made this amazing book that is specifically made for this area, Maritime Northwest. So it tells you, like, in January, what should you be doing in the garden? Mostly dreaming about the garden. February, what should you be doing in the garden? And it tells you what you should do every single month. Now we're like halfway, 1 week into February, and I already feel like I'm late for the garden. Okay, so Wednesday, I went in. I'm always moving all over the place. Wednesday, I went in, and I'm trying to sift this soil from my worms, my vermicompost. So I have this little system set up where we sift out the soil, and so that you just have like soil underneath, and then you have like the worms and whatever the worms didn't break up, and put what remains back into another worm bin, or the other side of the worm bin, and then you get all the great soil, so that soil can go in the garden. But right now I'm like storing it in bags. And I had this bucket of soil, and I wanted to transfer it to a bag, but it was all frozen. So I haven't been in the garden or garden shed or anything since Wednesday morning when I tried to do that. Yeah, the worm poop. The worm castings poop. Worm poop. Whatever. It's amazing. It just grows so much great stuff. What's so good about it is the worms won't eat seeds or anything that's living, and you can get so much from the garden. It's great. Oh yeah, I have had that. I haven't tried the double one, but I have had that Hee Haw horseradish shots. It's really good. Oh, I'll give you a little tiny amount of fish bait. You can't take a big amount of my worms. I love my worms. When I first worked with my worms, did they gross me out? I don't know. I think I've always been one that I see a worm, and like worms they can't swim. So they will come up out of the soil when it's really rainy, and then they end up a lot of times on the sidewalk, and I see the poor little worms on the sidewalk, and I've always just like picked them up and put them on the nearest grass. And working in the garden, like when I first moved up here, I was working in David's garden, and David's more of a gardener than I do, and than I am, I should say. And I was digging down in the garden, and I'd find worms. So when I started my vermicomposting, it wasn't bad. The worst part about vermicomposting is not the worms. It's the food scraps that then decompose, and then the worms eat the bacteria that grows on the decomposing food. And that's the difficult part. When it turns into the actual soil, it actually is, it's really great. There's no smell at all, so it's really good. I do know worms are great for fishing. There's really cool worms that live in the ocean, water worms or something. So anyway, I've become really a vermitech expert, I guess you could say, because I really have gotten a fondness for my worms. And then it was cool when I found out like what the baby worms are like, because their baby worms are just these little, they're white. And I'm talking about, so my worms are red wriggler worms, not regular earthworms. And there's a whole bunch of different types of worms, and you don't want to put earthworms or definitely not night crawlers in with red wriggler worms, because the night crawlers will eat the red wrigglers. Yes, and mine, the red wrigglers, or Eisenia foetida, are also called trout worms or something, because they are the best for trout fishing. Yes, David told me Bangalitis. I don't know what that means. What kind of moments? Yeah, night crawlers are huge. I think I've only seen 1 or 2 in my life. They're pretty big. I have never eaten a worm. I do like that book, How to Eat Fried Worms, but I've never eaten a worm. No. Did you know that red wriggler worms, they're more expensive than meat? They cost $35 a pound. $35 a pound. That's a lot. I can't remember the author of How to Eat Fried Worms. Used to catch and sell night crawlers. Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, exactly. But what's so cool about red wrigglers is they can eat their entire body weight in one day. So they're the most amazing for composting. Because imagine, like, if you have 1 pound of compost in a day, which most people generate about 1 pound of compost, I would say, they can eat them. They don't like citrus because citrus can burn their skin. But other than that, you can compost everything. A lot of people say you have to just do fruits and vegetables. However, that's not true. The only reason that people often avoid putting meats and those meats and cheeses in their worm bin is because when it rots, it will smell. And then that smell will attract vermin, not worms, but vermin like rodents, rats and rodents, mice, things like that. And then that's not good. So you want to make sure if you do a compost bin where you can just compost everything, you have a good closed enclosure on it. You have a lot of snails there. I will tell you what is great for snails and slugs. And we're going to do this again on our garden beds, which I don't think we necessarily need to because we have like wood chips down around our garden beds. So one is like creating a barrier like that slugs and snails don't necessarily like to crawl over. But the best thing is this stuff called copper tape. It is really thin like tape, like translucent tape, but it comes with a thing where you peel off the back and then you put it down, and slugs and snails hate to crawl over it. So if you have a garden bed with a perimeter of some kind, you can put this copper tape around the outside edge and you won't have a snail or slug problem. Do you have rabbits trying to eat my garden? Yes. In fact, because our garden's like open, there's no fencing around it. There was one of the students came out to water last year and they were saying that these like plants were growing pretty big and they went up to water and this rabbit just like took off running when they got close, and they were like a little scared of the rabbit. But yeah, exactly. Sometimes I'm sure there's deer too. I haven't seen the deer because they probably come out at night. Chester Copperpot. Yeah, that copper tape is so great. We're gonna put it around our garden beds because it only really lasts a year. It kind of peels up, and so that's the only problem with the copper tape is it peels up. Wait, copper never worked. Oh, for that crop. Maybe that's what they like, that type of, I don't know. I have a friend who is an apiarist. It's actually our school librarian is an apiarist, and her husband is kind of as a hobby, not necessarily their profession. But they started it because they heard about the bee colonies dying off. And so they started with one hive and then they've expanded out each year. And so, yeah, it's kind of interesting, and I thought about bees, but we can't do that at school, obviously, because even though they say that there's a certain type of bee that doesn't sting, bees can be a problem if they do sting. I forget what it's called. I don't need really powerful electromagnets to confuse the insects. I need to do some research. I'll do it right now. Is like plants, beneficial insects to attract ladybugs. Because the one thing that I had last year is we had this aphid infestation on our, they didn't eat the broccoli even though it was right next to it. It was on our Brussels sprouts. It was a really bad aphid infestation. Where does the copper come from? From the earth it's mined. From the earth. Well, if something has 20% copper and you buy 5 cans of it, can you get 100% copper if you extract the copper from that and then put it together in the same amount of copper? You'd have to extract the copper from each thing. All right. Cilantro, dill, fennel, caraway, yarrow, tansy, angelica, scented geraniums. Oh, okay. Cilantro. I don't like cilantro, but I don't really like any of those things. But that sounds good. Cosmos. I have bought, so last year I bought ladybugs to release in my garden, and they did eat a lot of the aphids. Oh, and then you can create a ladybug feeder. With bamboo. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's cool. Ah. You could make ladybug feeders, scissor fight. That would be cool. Thanks. I'm glad you like my cardigan. I do too. I'm actually wearing kind of 2 cardigans. I have this one underneath, which is kind of cute and light, and then I have this one up above. I agree. No. You don't need insecticides. You should be attracting look for what you can grow for beneficial insects, like ladybugs. Oh, it's a ladybug larva that do the majority of aphid cleanup? Ah. I don't know if you will see a beehive hairdo. Oh, that's good to know. They like to nest in dry leaf litter. Thanks for the advice, 900. I need to save up some dry leaf litter. So if I save it in the fall, and then when do they nest? In the summer? Yeah, I'm not going to put gasoline on, I'm not going to use that. I'd rather just take out the plants with aphids and just put those in the trash than just trash those plants rather than use toxic chemicals. I did use some, I tried using, I should say, some like non-toxic soap, dish soap on it, which helped a little bit, but then the ladybugs helped too. Maybe I always am. Yeah, I don't know if we have praying mantis up here in this area. One thing that is really good is that my student told me about, my worm bin just like attracted it, is a thing called the wolf spider. It's a garden spider. Well, that's cool. You have a ton of ladybugs. They overwinter in your hops. That's cool. You could sell them to me in the summertime. So another thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to buy some, we have some flowers in certain garden beds, and then we're going to transplant those to a different area. So one thing we have is a garden bed full of daisies, and I want to put them on like a hillside of daisies. And the thing about daisies is they'll take over if you're not careful. So then on each side of the daisies, they say if you hem it in with lavender, it will help. So I want to put in lavender, put in daisies, and then a flower called calendula. And then also that, like going from the top of the hill to the bottom, like daisies, and then on each side of the daisies is like lavender, and then down below the daisies would be calendula, and then at the base would be like a little border of primroses. We maybe also, because we do have some oh, what are they? Poppies and primroses. I think that would be really good. And I've never, that's one thing I'll need to order is calendula. They say calendula could be growing now, and if I did have it, maybe this time next year, you can take it and then make it into like a facial scrub. Use the oil. This is what calendula looks like. It's a pretty flower. Oh, you can make a tea. Huh. C-A-L-E-N-D-U-L-A. Calendula. The 17-year cicada is fascinating. Oh, vinegar and lemonade. That's probably the only good way to drink it. Wow. Yeah, the cicada, 17-year cicada, does hibernate for a long time. Wait, there's one 17 years? I knew there was a 7-year one. What's so very fascinating about cicadas is that different cicadas, they only come out every so many years, but the number of years that the cicadas come out are all prime numbers. So like 17-year, there's a 7-year, there's a 5-year. So it's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's always a prime number, and they're not all like all 7-year. Not all cicadas are 7-year cicadas. Well, that's what Real Magoo was saying. Maybe let me look that up and verify. I heard of the 7-year one, but I haven't heard of the 17-year one until he just said it. Yeah. Here it is. Well, they're so cool looking too. Oops. Look at that huge amount. It's amazing the noise of the cicada. It's just, there's nothing quite like it. I like their music, Mad Dog. And you did have a lot of jobs, Howie. Well, 17 is a prime number. Let me think about that. It's not in Fibonacci sequence. I was just going through Fibonacci sequence in my head. And it's not a number in the Fibonacci sequence. But 17 is a prime number, and I think I heard like all these cicadas, it's prime numbers, but then I thought I read something else. You like spiders, the eyes? Spiders are pretty cool. Prime numbers are really cool to think about. Well, all numbers are cool to think about. I love numbers. Yes, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D. The Fibonacci sequence. Start with 0 and 1, and then add the two numbers, the two preceding numbers together to create the next number. I wouldn't consider myself, I mean, I'm not a math major. I have only gone up to pre-calculus, but I've taken pre-calculus like 3 different times from 3 different professors and learned a lot of different things. And I've just never made that jump into calculus, but that is something I might want to do next, is make that jump into calculus, because I really do enjoy, I would say I enjoy math so much more than gardening or probably anything. Wait, that sounds like the person that couldn't get a job for a police because they had their IQ test was too high. You're scored too high on the ASVAB? Oh, you're not a follower. That's true. They don't want people who aren't followers. All right. Welcome back, David.
Thank you.
We were talking about cicadas, and we talked a lot about gardening tonight.
Gardening. Oh, great. Yeah.
And then I was saying how I really got into the 17-year cicada. That's what's on here.
Cicada, huh?
Cicada.
It's a moth.
It's an insect. You know that makes that.
Does anyone see it on the screen?
They did.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And anyway, but I was saying how the cicadas, there's different cicadas, and they come out at different times. But I think what I've heard is that like they're all prime numbers. The
noise they're making are prime numbers?
The number of years. They have 17 years and 13 years. Some cicadas, what's cool about cicadas is they come out and then they like replicate and do all their whole life cycle, and then they go into hibernation for a number of years.
They're the ones that we hear in the summertime.
In the summertime.
Yeah, I've heard cicadas.
East Coast.
I've heard,
but
they make a lot of noise.
Yes, exactly. That's what they are.
Well, that's something else. Is this a mating ritual that they engage in so that they get to, to hear each other? Is that what the purpose of their movement?
I think that's what it is. I can't remember.
And they go into hibernation. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
We have not worked on our campaign speeches. We do real-time campaigning every night. Unlike anybody in the country, we are actually campaigning incessantly.
All right, good night.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, and dinner is on the stove.
Oh, you're so nice.
Yeah, I made salmon and potato Yukon.
Save half of it for you.
Well, have as much as you want. I don't really need it that much. I've got tuna in the refrigerator. I've got a tuna thing I make with corn tortillas and cheese. Okay. It's really easy. It's like a mouth quenching experience. I call it a tuna roll. I'm going to speak out against bingo violence. Women in bingo parlors are breaking out of their bingo mold and getting into bingo violence. No, I'm not a house husband, Mad Dog. No. No. Sarah and I are not married. That's kind of funny you should say that. Yeah, I'm just a guy who likes to cook. Get off your demeaning wavelength, shall you? Bingo brawl breaks out of Canadian nursing home. Bingo brawl. And this is a story. Wow. Boy, they really went into depth here. Senior citizen hands stamping bingo card. Wow, that's not even a story. That's like one of those teasers. That's to get you to look at their site and buy something from them. These are the cicada sounds. Yeah. I know them well. When I was in Long Island, New York, I used to hear these all the time in the summertime, visiting family members. I'll never forget, I went to my grandmother's house, and it was way back in the 60s. It was June, and we used to call them June bugs. Are they related to the June bug? Cicada and June bug. I think it may be a different variety. June bugs. No, cicadas are not June bugs. Many people confuse June bug larva for a cicada larva. Yes. So I believe I'm onto something now. We're going to change the subject and go to June bugs now. Is that okay? All right. The June bug is a different thing entirely. Yes. It's more of a wood-eating arthropod. Like many organisms, it too has an atavistic response system, much like humans. These are earthlings, much like you are, and they bear as much responsibility for their daily load that you do. Like them, you have to work on eating and defecating. Okay, so this is the June bug. Wow. Big difference. Thanks so much. We established a lot tonight. We got a lot of stuff done. Hey, look at these pictures of garbage. Now there's talk about maybe building a wall out of garbage. I'm liking the idea. Look at that. Garbage. Big blocks of garbage. These blocks are ready for action. These piles of garbage are mounting up. We need a wall. We've got lots of garbage. Let's make a difference. Build a garbage wall. They come out every 7 years, whereas June bugs come out all the time. Bee or wasp? Let's find out. Today is our wonderful world of insects. And as you know, I'm spearheading a new organization called the Insect Right Advocates. We call it, yes, Save the Insect Foundation. STIF for short. So if you're asking, hey, honey, what are you doing? What are you getting involved with? Well, I'm talking with a guy who's starting an organization called STIF. Yeah. They'll think you're a real perv. I know. Save the Insect Foundation. And it could be this insect. The bee pollinates flowers. It makes honey. Improves the environment. Reluctant to sting. The wasp, it's just an asshole. That's pretty funny. I hate wasps. It's the only time I'll use pesticides. And I have a can of pesticides in my garage just to spray into a wasp nest, because there's no way I'm getting near that dang thing. You know, you really have to use pesticides in that instance. It kills them really quick. I've had wasps, I had hornets growing inside a trunk of a tree underground this year. And I walked by this little hole in the ground. I thought, that looks like an interesting hole. So I sprayed it with some water and whoop, out go the hornets. So I took my spray can and I sprayed right into the root. Yeah, I mean, a little shot of pesticide goes a long way. I don't recommend using pesticides though. And if using them, you have to have proper facial protection, especially if you're having, you know, your face done and getting a facial. Beehives, hives underground, yeah, they love them. Oh, you don't mess with a wasp. They actually eat your cabbage worms? Okay, cool. That's good to know. See, wasps have a purpose. Who would have ever thunk? Hula, you have to know that most of everything I do here is drama, with the exception of chemtrails, which I'm dead serious about. Thank you, Ghost. And you know, a lot of you have a serious penchant for one particular thing or another, and I don't mind catering to those penchants, you know. Well, I would recommend being concerned about chemtrails too, considering they're spraying it in our face. That's fruit mist. Yeah, looking here at the how to fly a June bug.
Hey YouTube, Justin Cherish here. Just want to show you how to fly a June bug. Just get you a June bug, tie a knot on his leg.
What? Wow.
And he will fly around. My daughter over here just flying June bug around.
Well,
you want to use a lightweight fishing line, that way it, as light as possible. That way he can fly up and.
Well, you can set a hook in that there. That's pretty good.
This is how you fly a June bug.
Well, I'll be darned. Hey, I can't show children on the screen, okay? I don't know what kind of weird thing you're sending me, Mad Dog, but yeah, unless it's a professionally edited video, I can't show a little girl playing with a June bug. But that's thread, not fishing line. I bet if you use fishing line, it's even better, huh? Oh, don't be ridiculous, Howie. She's a young lady. Just stop talking that way. You're so negative. You know, we just banned a guy who's really negative in our show. He's no longer going to be in our show ever again. Try to be less negative, you know, especially about, you know, the future. I know that I've been showing you pictures of garbage and telling you that we're heading toward a dystopian future, but I need to be positive about fixing it. Otherwise, I'm not Dave Max. Yeah. Like Mad Max, but Dave Max. Dave Max. Vinny, hey, you're done, huh? Yeah, it's been a rough day, I'll tell you. The weather is really harsh. And everything that hits anything breaks. Everything is so cold, you know, up here in Washington now. We're getting the tail end of the polar vortex. I know he's lucky, yeah. You're not so lucky, 560. Yeah. We're all here for a reason. You have guest chat opportunities to talk in the chat room at iBlog, in case you were wondering. I'd like to think I'm here for a reason, but then again, maybe I'm not. That's okay. At least we get to talk about my ideas. Regreenification. I introduced this to our show last Wednesday. Well, we're getting harsh weather right now. 20 degrees at night is harsh. Yeah. For a whole 2 weeks, freezing temperatures at night. That's unusual. It's not unusual to freeze to death in 20-degree weather. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Your new lawyer, Saul Wieselstein? That sounds a little bit racist to me. Well, the thing is, we have a certain bar of optimism that we're trying to encourage, Howie. Yeah. We're trying to get people to think optimistically about the future. I know that's hard to imagine, but it's what I like to do. And I don't really do a show every single night with the intention of wasting my time. And when a person comes in the show like that other person I'm referring to, that I banned, and said that we're all, you know, wasting our time and everybody's stupid and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. More and more people are waking up. I mean, look at Ghost. He's woken up to the reality that we're being sprayed with chemtrails. That is a huge, big move in a person's life. I didn't take that plunge until I was like 40 years old. Yeah, I'm like 58 now. And when I started realizing that, you know, life was, you know, something we need to cherish, and I realized that these chemicals are not contrails. Yeah, they're chemtrails being sprayed over our heads. And that's when things got a little bit real for me. But when you realize it and you say, well, I can't imagine, why would they do that? Why would they be spraying these chemicals, lines across the sky, horizontal, vertical, tic-tac-toe lines? Well, reptilian eating babies, that's just a BS story that the CIA put together. Yeah, there are no reptilians. There are chemtrails being dumped in your head, though. Take the least outrageous conspiracy theory. That's the one that they're trying to hide you from. By having you look at chemtrail sites that also talk about reptilians, which the government's been building these sites, by the way, to divert our attention. It's to make us not look at the obvious. Regreenification is the opposite of chemtrails. It's the concept is to, you know, clean up the environment, not dump more chemicals in the air. Duh. Chemical trails, yes. And they're called chemtrails. I have a website if you want to find out more about it called chemtrailparty.com. Yeah, you can check it out. It's a site I created for anybody who wants to research this subject relatively quickly. The fact is that chemtrails are toxic. There's no peer-reviewed studies. It does block light for photosynthesis, which limits oxygen, which doesn't make any sense. And they also use weather warfare. They use the chemtrails to manipulate the heavy metals with radar. And they can create droughts, hurricanes, and earthquakes. Now, if you go to the link button right here at chemtrailparty.com, I've got some of the top links for you to check out. We've got geoengineeringwatch.org, aircraft.org, Global Skywatch, really good sites. So check those out. You'll get a massive amount of information to validate what I'm saying. Yeah, let me give you the link here to the link page, chemtrailparty.com. Hey, welcome to Mayberry RFID, where you get chipped. I don't want to actually be chipped. I'm one of those people that wants to avoid the RFID chipping that's coming. Chemtrails are real. We have taken samples and paid independent laboratories to analyze them. We have everything in our library to show you. One guy did a hair test to see how much, how many chemicals were in his hair. And this is like an average guy in America. And he started feeling weird. So he went ahead and had his chemical analysis done on his hair. And he found pretty high levels of aluminum in his hair.
Hey y'all, it's me. It's a fine 50-mile-per-hour man-made wind chemical evening in Worland, Wyoming, 4/18/2015. All right, here is my special hair test. All right, I notice everybody's really focused on the aluminum, and this is probably going to shock you. But aluminum's not too bad.
Oh, not too bad.
No,
okay, good.
I guess that's not too bad.
You don't really know, do you?
So that kind of tells me they aren't using aluminum around here. I'm going to be 45 next month. But anyhow, cobalt is not good, and I'm being poisoned, you're being poisoned. Just not. So if you're living in Idaho, you should check up and do some research on this little mine there. Whatever. But once I seen the military wanted from the Germans, well, that pretty much sums that up. And how long we been getting sprayed? 60, 70 years, whatever? Huh. Maybe somebody should figure that one out. But anyhow, all right, y'all.
All right.
So that's my test. Yeah, I'm being poisoned. You're being poisoned.
He's being poisoned.
Just not, not necessarily what everybody was thinking.
No.
But I do have a theory on the aluminum. I know just what I can find. And there ain't a lot that I've seen, but what I can see, aluminum seems to be higher in the coastal areas and city places, etc. From what I've been seeing. And then I haven't seen nothing from Wyoming, so hopefully some more people will get tested and stuff.
So he actually got tested, which is great, and he found high levels of strontium in his system. I didn't give you the whole video, but that's okay. A recommended national program in weather modification. Here is the original PDF file that the NASA uses. It's from November of 1966. It's justifying the weather modification system that they're doing right now without even conferring with us. So our government is sitting around doing nothing while this activity continues to go on right under our noses, literally under our noses. Here's the YouTube channel, Chemtrail Document. Okay. I will add that to our list tonight. We'll play it for our show. Truth Media, yeah, they've got a good one. What in the world are they spraying? Yeah, this is Edward Griffin. He does a really good job explaining. That's the full-on 1 hour and 37-minute one. Thanks, Rex. So yeah, we've got more than enough evidence to confer that this is really happening. Oma's showing something on cam. Okay, let's take a look. Oma, what's happening on your end? She's got something on her cam. She's got something on her. Okay, a recommended national program in weather modification. This is a library of stuff. Yeah. There you go. That's the article and the picture of the article. Okay, I'm not sure what you're doing here, but yeah, we're not sure where she's going with this. Are you, let's put her mic on.
Let's close that one.
What? What do you
Oma?
want?
What are you doing, Oma?
This is the Eye of Horus.
Oh, the Eye of Horus. Yeah, nice.
It followed me home.
Wow. That Eye of Horus is following you home.
And I have several frames.
Wow, that's kind of amazing. The Eye of Horus.
It says close out.
Yeah. And you think this is some sort of a spacecraft? Yeah.
No.
Well,
it's an eye. It's God's eye.
Whoa, really? God's eye, the Eye of Horus description.
It is.
Look at that, everybody. It's God's eye.
Yes.
It really does look like an eye. Look at that. You think it's CBS, or how do you know it's not the blue?
It is. It's above the sun.
Okay.
And it looks blue.
That's pretty interesting, yeah. How do you know it's not...
I'll show you another one.
How do you know it's not Operation Bluebeam? You know, projecting in the sky. But it's following you, so... Okay, let's take a look.
Yes, it did. There it is.
Wow. It's pretty wild. Eye of Horus, everybody.
I have several pictures.
I've never seen that up close and personal. It's the Eye of God following her.
Nobody has a picture of Horus in the sky.
You do. You do. Well, thanks for sharing that, Oma.
Yep.
All right, on. So Oma is definitely having some sort of an experience with a lens flare, or she's having the Eye of Horus above her. It looked like the Eye of Horus. Do you think it's lens flare? What's your question, Guest 108? Please respond. Dave, I just got home from work. Do you support... No, I don't support her Green Deal because it's too costly. I support my Green Deal. The re-greenification of America is a natural process. Everything Ocasio-Cortez does is forced. And sounds kind of scary, but it should be scary to some of you because you're going to end up paying for her socialist beliefs. I'm not a socialist. I'm a centrist. And because I'm not like her, I believe everything can be done a little bit more gradually. Because what you're seeing with her is more of a Godzilla effect. King of David says it's a lens flare. Okay, well, that's your opinion, King of David. We saw it on our own screen, the Eye of Horus. But yeah, the Eye of Ocasio is all about sucking your tax dollars in. Ooh, I should make her slip off to the right. She'd be kind of good sneaking in on the right. Yeah, let's have her move in on the right. Thanks for sharing, though, Oma. I've never seen a picture like that other than... Let's have her go really slow, too. Other than what you just showed me and lens flares. Those are the only kind of pictures I've ever seen. The real picture behind Ocasio-Cortez. And why is she getting all this airtime and I get none? Welcome to Freedom Friday, where we don't have any freedom. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Re-greenification of America is in full steam ahead mode. Trying to remain positive about a screwed up world that we're living in. I think we can find common ground in the middle of the political spectrum. We just have to put a nice smile on it. Yeah, a lot of us unite on a lot of issues. Now, I know, DT Laura, you're pro-life, so you're not going to like my pro-choice views. I understand that. But I'm willing to compromise and create a first trimester law, like John Kasich has, nationwide, trying to prevent women from having unnecessary abortions, you know? I don't believe we can meet 100% of the power demand in the United States through clean, renewable, and zero-emission energy sources. We can eventually do it, but not within our lifetime. The best prognosis for energy independence using renewable energy sources is 33%, and that's been managed in states like Oregon. We can expect 50%, but this absolute extremist view that Ocasio has is ridiculous. We will attain a gradual transformation in this country, not something extreme and radical like she's expecting. Yeah. So you're going to send that nationally holiday? Okay, you're going to send her picture of the Eye of Horus nationally. She's going to promote it. So I'm shooting for that direction. My re-greenification movement has been all about that. The National Composting Plan. We also support upgrading every building we can to energy efficiency, but I don't want to break the taxpayer dollars doing it. So I'm a pragmatic idealist, whereas she's an extreme idealist. That's the difference between myself and her. I believe that we have to make a big move in a big direction, no question about it, but I think too much too fast can destabilize our economy. And I think that's a pretty solid statement I just made. I also believe that Trump is doing nothing, which is extremely... Time for Sponheim. That's my motto, yeah. Time for Sponheim. Well, the thing is, I believe prevention is the best way of avoiding unwanted pregnancy, like having ample supplies of condoms available for low cost. I'd also like to see Planned Parenthood shut down for the most part. Underfunding Planned Parenthood would be a goal, but also bringing on kiosks at every Planned Parenthood location. And the kiosks would offer, we'd make sure the video cameras are up so no one would break into these things. Hopefully not. But we'll offer STD tests, AIDS tests for free. You'll have an option of buying the after pill, morning after drug. Yeah, so these kiosks could actually provide people with necessary long-term solutions for pregnancy. But having baby body parts spliced with rodents, I'm having a problem with that. Yeah, Planned Parenthood has this very strange story out right now. I don't know if you heard about it, but huh. Yeah, I don't have it on my my agenda right here. Here it is. This is it. This is a shocking story, and I didn't mean to turn your night into a shocking moment for all of you, but mutant mice, that's right, are basically being created, aborted babies' body parts fused with mice to humanize them for grim Frankenstein experiments in the U.S. labs. Okay. I have not seen this video, but I'll give you the link. Very seriously weird stuff. Rodents being spliced with baby body parts for testing. As soon as the audio's over, I'll get right on it. Yeah, I don't want to have to bring up the worst possible scenario, but that is pretty sick.
After reproductive rights, and you'll be a racist to boot. You got.
Okay, I'm letting it play out. There's a commercial playing. That is crazy, isn't it? Yeah, they're taking baby body. Remember that guy did exposés on the Planned Parenthood? He was given 2 years in jail down in Florida.
You are going to be swarmed.
He was given 2 years in jail for illegally videotaping Planned Parenthood. That's how we found out they were selling organs. This guy's doing prison time over that effort. Wow, this is quite a video. Here's a mouse during the humanization process. They're injecting human stem cells into a mouse. And I'm still waiting for the video to start. Yeah, the use of aborted baby body parts and stem cells has sparked anger among anti-abortion groups in the United States, and it has been dubbed Frankenstein science. A shocking undercover footage has led to the Donald Trump administration reassess its practice. Okay. Let's hear it. It should play now. Yes, Roe v. Wade, but, you know, we're very close to having it overturned.
Welcome aboard. I'm Laura, and I'll be your flight attendant.
Wait a second. This is not about abortions. They snuck into this whole thing is all about me watching. Anyway, here's the link. I don't know if they're splicing human baby body parts with rodents. I don't know. But it looks legit. Howie, what's up? You're back. Wow. Howie, you're talking about hiring prostitutes? First he starts telling us he doesn't want to smell women, and now he says he can hire a prostitute at any time. Wow. That's amazing. Gee, you're special, Howie. You have the ability to hire prostitutes. That's called being a John. Yeah, this is great. Dr. Levitano destroyed the whole process. This is an abortionist that spoke openly and candidly about the terrible process by which he severs the spine of the baby. Dr. Levitt.
This investigation of Planned Parenthood is based on false premises, one after another after another. It's time to stop wasting time, get on with meaningful work, and stop picking on women and trying to take their choice away. I yield back the balance of my time.
The time of the gentleman has expired. We welcome our distinguished witnesses today. Do you and each of you swear that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And
pull again. Pull out an arm about the same length, which you put down on the table next to you, and use this instrument again and again to tear out the spine, the intestines, the heart, and lungs. Head in the baby that size is about the size of a large plum. Can't.
Okay, so this is like a real life doctor who does abortions talking about how horrible his abortions are. Jim Bob, yeah. Jim Bob is not here. We want low-cost condoms everywhere. Yeah, any prostitute can get a condom. We're not going to shut up, dude. Go away. Get yourself... Don't be a father, please. I don't want anyone to have you as a father. Yeah. Try not to be a replicate. Your seed is condemned with the devil's seed. You need to be probably spending more time with yourself masturbating. See that guy who came in here? Okay, 108 has some heartfelt questions. Let's take a look. Okay, I'm not a typical politician. I just didn't read what you were saying. Hang on. No, I'm still getting there. Hold on. How can I vote for David if he ignores my questions? What is your question? Could you repeat your question? Thank you. What's your question? I'll take it now. But we're going to take his question now. Yes, sir. So, Dave, you would support tearing down my family's home for alleged future energy efficiency? No. No. Like I said, I'm pragmatic. I don't want to tear down your house. Are you kidding me? I'm not like Ocasio-Cortez. I'm not going to finance this entire rip down of your house with tax dollars either. We're going to make things available for people to be energy efficient themselves, like LED light bulbs. I'm sure many of you have already converted all your lights from LCD to LED. That was a huge problem, and it's a huge problem for the landfills. Right now we have LCDs sitting in with mercury in the landfills. The Chinese have done nothing about this. Look at this mountain of landfill. You got it. But you as a person will have the option of putting better insulation in and maybe getting a rebate, something like that. But we're not going to finance this as a mandatory thing. The thing about the Democrats is they want everything mandatory. I want nothing mandatory. I don't want any individual being forced to do anything. I don't want mandatory health care coverage. Nothing like that. Mandatory sucks. Everything I want is open for public opt-in programs, where if you want to opt in, you can. If you don't have to. That's the kind of governance I'd like to see. Optional governance, where it's not forcing you to do anything. The Democrats want to force everybody to do anything. Now, we do have a rare Ocasio moment when, all the women were having this little kind of a congratulatory session after Donald Trump claimed it was under his administration, everything was great for women. There are more women in Congress. We found a clip of Ocasio-Cortez. Check this out. High-fiving nobody. She goes high-five to blank air. Look at that. Yeah. So there's something not quite right about this woman who's getting all this coverage too. Isn't that amazing? She's literally swatting a fly or something. I'm not sure, but nobody's touching her hand. So, yeah. And I know that you don't want to realize that this woman is being pushed in front of the American people as some great person when she herself doesn't even know that the Congress is not comprised of 3 separate branches. She said that Congress was comprised of 3 separate branches. we've got a real problem on our hands. This is more like a puppet for a very evil regime. I believe Ocasio-Cortez is being pushed forward by the Democrats and by Media Matters. I believe that she's her real name is Eba Abedin. I believe that Eba Abedin has, you know, the sister of Abedin. I believe that she's effectively changed her identity to Ocasio-Cortez. I believe that she's been put in play by Hillary Clinton because Hillary Clinton's daughter, Chelsea, doesn't want to run for office. I believe that Hillary and Bill want to use their power and influence while they're older, and they picked her to run as this make-believe character, Ocasio-Cortez. They made her look a little younger because they're grooming her for the 2024 election. I believe that's what's happening. And I think we have to face up to the reality that somebody's not so nice behind me here. You have video twisting Nancy's tongue? Really? How do you do that? Twist tongues? Nancy Pelosi? Twisting tongues? Do you think she's a tongue twister? So I'll play that Dr. Labitano video tonight in our show. The abortionist doctor that tells you exactly what they do. It's not pretty. And you know what I'd like to do? Thank you, Guess 108. I hope I have. What I'd like to do also is, this is an idea I came up with in 2009 to ultrasound babies. You know, offer an ultrasound device at every Planned Parenthood meeting when every woman goes in there to get an abortion. And I don't think it's that costly for us to offer ultrasound as an option, because since they're going to get an abortion anyways, why wouldn't they take the risk of getting ultrasound? I like the idea. In fact, it was popularized in 2010. The Tea Party started using this idea I had. I don't know. It's just, it seems like I'm leading on a lot of these ideas. But I really believe that ultrasound offers, you know, a free chance to see the baby inside of you. And it's bound to affect their mind and how they view it. And I agree with you people on the right who are concerned about, you know, what a mother's going through when she's killing her baby, murdering her baby. So I think it's a possibility that we could, you know, get ultrasound into the game. She uttered the words in prophecy? Really? Wow. Well, hell all day, you're, do you think she's some sort of a reptilian tongue twister, or what's the deal? You're on board with most of my agenda, but why in the era of limitless automation of jobs would America need more immigrants? You know, honestly, immigrants are going to want a place here if, like right now, we expect a need for advanced technocrats coming from India. I know that Bill Gates has asked for 300 visas, work visas for Indians coming into the country to be, you know, becoming a U.S. citizen. The only reason I'm saying is we have a need for people in the tech sector who are at the cutting edge to become U.S. citizens. We definitely have a need for that. But low-level grunt workers, no. We don't have a need for people at a low level. You're right. We just don't. We're going to be losing a lot of jobs because of automation coming up. So I agree with you in essence, but bear in mind there are a lot of companies that would, you know, like to hire more people from other countries that are at the cutting edge of their industry. It would be a win-win for corporations. But I'm not here to cater to corporations. I do believe that everybody should have an option of becoming a U.S. citizen. So I'm suggesting the fast-track naturalization process by which people pay a hefty fee like $10,000 or $15,000 to become a U.S. citizen. And out of that, they get a free education in English, history, and government. And best of all, they can do this in their home country at our embassy. I'm offering an expanded program called Fast Track Naturalization at our embassies, where people will be able to become a U.S. citizen in a very proper way, where you take that 100-question test, and if you pass it within 6 months, and you'll get multiple times to take it, you'll be able to become a U.S. dual citizen and then visit our country and move into our country and be with your family that way, as opposed to going over the border with a coyote and hoping your fingers don't get cut off in some suburban tract home in Phoenix while your family wonders where you are. Not really. I think we already see a barrier of $10,000 to $15,000. I think it's $10,000 right now for most citizens to become U.S. citizens. I think they charge them right now. So it's no different than what we're doing right now, really. The only difference is we're making sure there's no barriers like having a green card for 5 years. That's a huge barrier. Having an interest-bearing account for 3 years with $25,000 minimum in it, that's a difficult process for people to do. Those are barriers we don't need in place. Should we give every Canadian and Mexican dual citizenship? I'm not planning on incorporating Canada and Mexico into my design for America. I really don't want to break up the nation-state model. I really like it. I believe that we wouldn't have our ability to control our regions as well if we did have a global world government. That's why I'm fighting against it every night. I don't think a global world government will help anybody. Nobody ever helps somebody on the other side of the globe solve problems. It's ridiculous. My targets for naturalization, no more than 100,000 per year. That's all we can absorb. Right now, that's way more than. Right now, we're at that number of people coming into the country through the existing system of resettlement, where we're bringing people in with green cards, and I would rather have 100,000 citizens coming into the country. It is a huge reduction. I'm trying to get it down. Trump is allowing the international resettlement program to continue despite any efforts by his office. They continue to bring him in on airplanes secretly in cities like Springfield, Missouri, late night flights where they come from Somalia or Nigeria. I'm serious. And this is not something that should go on. We should have a much more controlled immigration plan. We get 1 million people a year at our border wanting to get in here. That's why we need a border fence. This is why my idea of a 1,000-mile fence is really the thing that's coming forward, not Trump's idea of a wall. My idea of a fence is playing forward right now. So we are all about bringing back America's autonomy, its sovereignty, and not letting foreign countries control our politics like the Democrats, Republicans have been letting. They get kickbacks from large corporations. Even people like Mitch McConnell get money from Russia to get reelected. That's just ridiculous. No wonder Mitch McConnell is trying to stop any investigation into Russian collusion with Donald Trump. I've been doing a thing against all odds, and I think people realize that my efforts are going to be eventually recognized, but this is a big crapshoot. A third party has been in the works since the 1870s. So we have a long history of trying to do this, but it's a big crapshoot to expect this to happen, especially in lieu of how fearful the two parties are that we will grow. But we are in the middle of the political spectrum. I have a pro-choice perspective, but we also support your right to bear arms. Sarah and I both support our right to bear arms, and we encourage all of you, Republicans and Democrats, to consider these middle-of-the-road positions. I'm not going to push gun control on anybody. But I also don't want to force a woman to, literally force her to have her baby when she has to have other options. That's why I support Roe v. Wade, and I support the pro-choice perspective. But with modifications, maybe some modifications to help protect the rights of children, the Unborn Infant Right Protection Act. I would have signed that into law. That was a conservative piece that Obama refused to sign. All right. Thank you. Sarah's going to give us some time here.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at... All right.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
I'll be back to talk about Matthew Whitaker. I never got around to it. I'll be back to talk about him when I get back. The guy that that somebody said looks like Milosevic, the old Serbian. But this is Matthew Whitaker, our acting attorney general. He did something in front of Congress that very rarely anybody ever does. He told them their time is up and they can't ask any more questions, while evading questions for a good 10 minutes. We'll show you some of that tonight. Yeah, he didn't want to answer any questions about the Mueller investigation. He flat out refused. And then he told them their time is up. Congress was the chair of the committee was very upset.
Huh.
I'll show it to you later.
All right. Are you guys talking about, I think they're talking about meeting women over at Vaughn Live, and I think I'll just talk about the news and talk about life is really good. I'm enjoying my life a lot. What is the best part of your life right now? I would say the best part of my life has been, well, there's just so many good things, but of course David is one of my big things, and then finishing my bachelor's degree. I'm really proud of myself for that. I've got some great technology knowledge. I like the technology that we have available today. There's so many. Thanks, Spangolitis. I feel, anyway, I think that I've, yeah, I love the access to technology. I don't know if I'm that into social media, because it is true about like that depression with social media. I don't have that many. I have you as a friend online. If you consider me a friend, then I'll consider you a friend. Other than that, I don't have that many online friends, I would say. Maybe some, but more acquaintances. I don't really, I used to be really into Facebook, but not really anymore. I like streaming video. I really have gotten into enjoying that. The whole, I don't ignore iVlog chat. I'm ignoring all chat. I'm not responding to any of them. Who are you talking to? Oh, yeah, don't worry, Bengalitis. I know when to correct English spelling and when to not. Or maybe I've just gotten used to the poor spelling of 8-year-olds, so I'm like, if you're trying, good job. Wow. Yeah. How many children have you adopted, Alfred? Do you want to discuss any of these topics? The Frankfurt School, partial differential equations, and Heather in a bikini? Let's go with partial differential equations because I don't really understand them, so why not research it and find out more? I'm open. There's a partial differential calculator. Have you used that? You're on your game. Hello, Pilot. How are you? You're on your game. Tonight you want to do trivia? How many other people want to do trivia? I'll start with the Wikipedia on partial differential equations and then we'll get into trivia. Actually, I'll do these questions. What's the use of partial differential equations? Oh, I like that, but let me hit Control and back. There we go. The construction of how metal flexes. Oh, that's good. I like this. This is pretty cool. Let me see what David has going on here. He has all these desktop regions. I'll remove that one. I'll remove that one. I'm just going to remove them all. Because I prefer adding the whole monitor. I like this visualization of a solution to the two-dimensional heat equation, the temperature represented by the third dimension. It's a differential equation that contains beforehand unknown multivariable functions and their partial derivatives. They're used to formulate problems involving functions of several variables and are either solved by hand or used to create a computer model. Yeah, there's no need to... I think, Alfred, you need to take a break. There's no need to resort to name calling. I have not studied basic calculus. Well, I have, in some ways you could say I've done all of my pre-calculus. I've taken pre-calculus a number of times. Because when you take a break from it, you need to get back into it. I understand pre-calculus is not calculus, but it is the beginning of it. Okay, partial differential equations can be used to describe a wide variety of phenomena such as sounds, heat, diffusion, electrostatics, electrodynamics, fluid dynamics, elasticity, or quantum mechanics. These seemingly distinct physical phenomena can be formalized similarly in terms of partial differential equations. Just as ordinary differential equations often model one-dimensional dynamical systems, partial differential equations often model multi-dimensional systems. They find their generalization in stochastic partial differential equations. I think I could jump into, let's see. I have learned linear functions. Everybody who's taken any sort of algebra has done linear equations. This probably seems like a lot for someone who hasn't studied calculus. Maybe, maybe not. Introduction. Partial differential equations are equations that involve rates of change with respect to continuous variables. For example, the position of a rigid body is specified by 6 parameters. But the configuration of a fluid is given by the continuous distribution of several parameters, such as temperature, pressure, and so forth. The dynamics for the rigid body takes place in a finite dimensional configuration space. The dynamics for the fluid occur in an infinite dimensional configuration space. This distinction usually makes partial differential equations much harder to solve than ordinary differential equations, but here again there will be simple solutions for linear problems. Classic domains where partial differential equations are used include acoustics, fluid dynamics, electrodynamics, and heat transfer. At least I understand where it's used and why. I do understand it's like movement of motion, the movement of everything. You would use partial differentiation to generate a computer model to show that. I think it is, actually it is useful, especially if you're going to want to create any kind of holodeck experience or anything like that. Okay. A partial differential equation for the function u of x of 1 as it goes to x of n is an equation of the form. I forget this symbol. Okay. If the function is a linear equation of u and its derivatives, then the partial differentiation is called linear. The heat equation, the wave equation, Laplace's equation, Helmholtz equation, Klein-Gordon equation, and Poisson's equation. Ordinary differential equations involve arbitrary constants, but solutions of partial differential equations involve arbitrary functions. A solution is not unique. Additional conditions must be specified on the boundary of the region where the solution is defined. For instance, in the simple example above, the function of y can be determined if u is specified on the line x equals 0. Heather Thomas, really? It's making your head hurt. Gardy Lou says it reminds you about learning about transcendental numbers and why their infinity is greater than integer infinity. I have not heard about that, transcendental numbers. You had to solve the equations during your undergrad? What was your major? Reading articles, I know, is not solving equations. Oh, physics and engineering. Then I can understand why you would have to solve partial differential equations during your undergrad. So I'm sure you had to take calculus by the time you were a junior in high school or something like that. I think a lot of schools don't do great, some schools do a great job of offering advanced mathematics to students. Some students have to go on to college in order to take advanced mathematics. You're told there would be no math? I've never promised you no math. I like math. I never took physics. Engineering, some people have you build things and call it engineering, but that's not really necessarily engineering. That was funny, Bengalitis. All right. Engineering is calculus. Then I probably should go back and study calculus. So there's examples of linear partial differential equations whose coefficients have derivatives of all orders, which are not analytic and have no solutions at all. Wow. And even if a solution exists, it might have undesirable properties. How has you're flashing back to your undergrad? What has been your recent studies and or use? How have you put your degrees to use? You stop calculating. You think gut feelings are sometimes better than calculations. Sometimes. Okay, that's good. All right. Are you still here, pilot? You're in your car traveling at the speed of light and you turn your headlights on. What do you see? Nothing, because you're traveling as fast as your lights. All right. We can do a little bit of trivia. And then maybe we'll go into Frankfurt School after that. No, not really. I never really delved deep into special or general relativity. No. I know I say I like math, but I guess I like simple math. I like that math. I do like, the thing I like about math is that math represents, that I think a lot of people don't realize is that math represents something in the physical world. Hello, Mad Dog. Okay. Okay, let's do a little technology trivia, starting with, well, this is the letter L. We're just going to do a couple of these. But there can be ones that have no solutions. Math problems without solutions. What is a second inserted into the year to make up for the fact that the Earth's rotation is slowing down? Correct, 108, and Rex. It's called a leap second. Scientists know when to insert a leap second by comparing the Earth's rotation to an atomic clock. What is that, Mad Dog, that you're trying to show me? Something with LED lights, a timer, and it's like a outdoor light. I don't know what that is. All right, what is a term that, oh, is it a trail cam? Is that what it is? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. What is the term that describes the disruption that can occur to data transmission through the interference of stray electromagnetic signals? Why doesn't he just make another account? David does not want me to unban him. And I sometimes wonder if he doesn't want to, if he would prefer to not be, he would prefer to remain banned because he doesn't like our show. He's addicted to our show because it's a form of social media, but it's like better to cut someone off. A lot of times things are done out of emotion rather than that. Okay, the answer was line noise. Moving on to the letter M as in Mary. What is the process by which a magnet moving over a piece of metal causes electric currents to flow in the metal that in turn produce forces that push the magnet upward? If the force is large enough, the moving magnet can float. This is being considered for trains that are capable of cruising speeds of up to 300 miles per hour, or is used for those ones. Yes, real Magoo, maglev, or magnetic levitation. Yes, I know Misanthropy is a big fan and he would unban me. I don't think David's over his emotional thing and that he would just be more upset if I unbanned Misanthropy. Let's give it a couple days. David will unban everybody. You can talk about it, but what is a system of storing information through the alignment of small grains in a magnetic material? Once the grains have been aligned by an external magnetic field, the information remains stored for long periods of time. This is a technique used in hard drives of computers as well as magnetic tape. Yes, we do know that. Correct. Rex, yes. Magnetic memory storage, yes. Magnetic memory storage. What is a device for storing information in which signals are recorded by lining up bits of magnetic materials in the coding on a tape? Yes, Gardy Lou, it is magnetic tape. Ordinary tape recorders use magnetic tape. What is a large, powerful computer system? It typically carries out complex calculations, and it is typically shared by many users. They have a mainframe. Oh, I like that one. Rex says, I have a magnetic personality. I have a stapler stuck to my head right now. Piece of steel. Nice. Who was an Italian inventor and electrical engineer of the late 19th and early 20th centuries? His most famous invention is a wireless telegraph. the forerunner of the present-day radio, which he developed in the 1890s. In 1909, he received the Nobel Prize for Physics. Correct, Real Magoo. 394 is correct too. Correct, Bengalitis. Oh wait, Rex got it right first, yeah. Yes. Guglielmo Marconi. What do people refer to when they're talking about newspapers, motion pictures, radio, television, magazines, all of which have the technical capability to deliver information to millions of people? Yes. Mass media. Good job, Chicken. And 394. Mass media. It's not just print media. It can be television or radio or anything like that. Or internet. What is a unit of computer information consisting of 1 million bytes? Correct, Real Magoo. Not just a byte or a bit, but 1 million bytes. Yes, Rex. It's a megabyte. What is 1 million cycles per second? Often used to indicate computer processing speed. Correct, Real Magoo. Good night, Allura. Megahertz. Megahertz. What is a unit of power? 1 million watts. A typical large electrical generating plant can produce 1,000 of these in electricity. Correct again, 394. And Rex and Pilot, yes, a megawatt. What is the most serious accident that can occur at a nuclear reactor? When this happens, the radioactive material in the reactor becomes very hot. Correct, 394. Real Magoo, Deadhead, yes. Night Fluffy, Allura. Chicken, yes. Pilot, yes. Rex, yes. It's a meltdown.
A meltdown.
The meltdown, the radioactive material in a reactor becomes very hot, melting some or all of the fuel in the reactor. A meltdown may or may not be followed by the release of radioactive material into the environment. A partial meltdown with very little external radiation occurred at 3 Mile Island in 1979. A complete meltdown happened at Chernobyl in 1986.
Yeah, and they just covered it.
And I don't know if the one at Fukushima they considered a full meltdown or a partial meltdown.
I think it's a worse meltdown than any of them because it's corium, it's liquid. It's now in the water itself. It's right in the water table, leaching into the Fukushima Bay area. Thank you, Sarah, for a great time and backup for our show tonight, on Friday's show.
You're welcome.
I think I'm going to call it greenification as opposed to regreenification, because it seems a little wordy, you know, when you see the regreenification. I think greenification. So I'm going to go ahead and truncate it to. Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. Enjoy. I know it's too cold for ice cream, but there is some ice cream in there for you. Ice cream is great, especially in the cold. It's always fun. Heat your room to eat ice cream. Yeah, I'm going to just call it greenification. Thank you. I'm not copying her. I'm building my own plan, and I have been for 10 years. National composting plan we've talked about on Wasteful Wednesday. But yeah, starting a plan like my sensitivity training for cops, we need to stop brutality is what we have to do. 1,200 people a year are dying from cops. And most of the people are unarmed that get killed by cops. That's what's really disturbing. China Syndrome was good, yeah. The story of the meltdown. They say that the corium in Fukushima has melted to the point where it's virtually indistinguishable. You can't tell which is uranium, which is cesium, you know, exactly what it is, which is plutonium. So they call it corium. And Chernobyl is plagued with a tremendous amount of problems that are perhaps bigger than our wildest imagination. The Pacific Ocean is filled with tremendous amount of absorption capability. It can dilute it quite a bit. But virtually 5 swimming pools filled with nuclear irradiated water go into the ocean every day on average. It goes through this little opening, which at one point I was talking about using a retired aircraft carrier, the USS Forrestal, which is now completely disassembled. But something like that to park itself right in that little bay area. Blocking that bay exit perhaps is the greatest thing we can do right now, and something the Japanese haven't done. For some weird reason, they're just letting it roll right into all the radiation is just rolling right into the water and leaching into the ocean. And they don't seem to care. So it's coming down off Mount Fukushima into here and then out here. There's a 5% grade that the water comes down off the mountain right in through this area. And I have another idea that would actually prevent more leaking of radiation into the groundwater. And that is to build a U-shaped area around the outside of the 6 reactors that are at Fukushima that could actually carve out a, like here's an example of the Fukushima complex right there. Let's take a zoom in look at it. And you look at the possibility that we could actually build a U-shaped, dredge a U-shaped area around all of this area. See that? That's a U, kind of. Well, if you flip it over, it would be a U. But it's all material that could be used to build a mound system. And the mound system would be something we could cap every single one of these reactors with. Now this mound system right here has the ability to have a corridor put in it at the base. And it could be a circular or like a cylindrical corridor. And we could run electric vehicles in here, tow trucks or dump trucks, that could pull the corium out, and right in this area we could build a fast breeder reactor. And we can use the remaining amount of corium to power up electricity and still make electricity here. But mostly relying heavily on robotics as opposed to humans going in there and risking their lives like the TEPCO group has been doing. Okay. So harvesting radiated material, neutralizing it, blocking the exit with a large aircraft carrier, all part of a big plan that I've had for about 8 years. And I wrote a letter to the IAEA director, and he refused to respond to me. So, I mean, what can a guy do? I'm trying to help these people. Okay. You're dealing with a little snow problem in front of your house, okay? So you're thinking maybe you'll go get a shovel or something, okay? You got a lot of powder, you know what I'm talking about? Okay. This is what you do. You get a razor blade, chop up the snow, okay? And don't be a cockroach. Do it the right way, you know? Scoop it like a minute, okay? The Tony Montana razor blade snowflake, okay. Very funny. Thank you for that little clip. That's hilarious. Yeah, thanks for putting that horrible Styx song in my head. Mr. Domo Arigato, Mr. Roboto. I know. Well, now we have to play it. You see, everything in the show is interactive. So when you mention the video, I immediately think, oh, I have got to play the video for you. So at the end of the show, I'll play Domo Arigato, Mr. Roboto. Dave, Elite Wrestling signed to transgender wrestler Nyla Rose. Please share your pin to what? We don't talk to Misanthropy anymore. Yeah, we dropped the whole transgender elite Japanese wrestling thing. Yeah, we banned him. I banned him last night. Sorry to actually have to, do that, but he was very negative. Great. I haven't heard that in a long time. It's got relayed audio. Have you ever been relayed? That's not sex twice in the evening. That's the first time around, but done twice. Relayed. I just developed that. Dude, I'm gonna get relayed tonight. Really? I'm keeping an eye on Tickens. He's somewhat concerned about aggression with others. Yeah, so we actually had to ban him. I didn't want to ban him, but he really didn't have anything positive to contribute to the show. And he kept talking about how we were like Frank Taylor 2.0. It's like, I didn't work 10 years perfectly without missing a show for 10 years to be told by somebody that my show was like Frank Taylor 2.0. I just can't believe anyone would say such a thing. I was totally offended. Yeah, I know. It's like, dude, we're the real thing. You don't even realize how lucky you are being here. So I just banned him. Maybe he'll come under another name and ingratiate the group. But yeah, Frank Taylor's a simpleton. I'm trying to unite the entire political spectrum into the middle of the political spectrum. I have a smile on the whole thing, too. I have to get my face in the right position here.
But I'm going to take this and...
All right, thank you. Who's David's nemesis on Fox? I guess Sean Hannity. I'm not a person who would lie to the American people saying that I have no affiliation with Michael Cohen. That's the truth. But if I were Sean Hannity and said that, that would be a lie. Sean Hannity openly said he has no affiliation with Michael Cohen, and Michael Cohen the next day practically had been required by a judge to reveal that one of his clients was Sean Hannity. Fox didn't fire Sean Hannity for outright lying, but Brian Williams was fired from NBC. Why was Brian Williams fired from NBC when Sean Hannity stayed on at Fox outright lying that Michael Cohen was not his attorney? Yeah. Well, David Pecker is allegedly involved in some sort of extortion thing with Jeff Bezos. And Jeff Bezos has got a team of attorneys and all kinds of people concerned about this sex tape of his penis picture. And I'm not sure what's going on with that, nor do I care. That kind of sums up how I feel about a lot of things in the news right now, unfortunately. Hey, we got a picture of a woman who's going to do a little stunt here, 31 seconds, of a woman busting through walls. I guess this is in defiance of Donald Trump's wall. I don't know.
I'm Michelle Lujan Grisham, New Mexico's 49th in employment and 50th for schools. We got to bust through some walls to make changes. I'll create public and private partnerships to rebuild our... I'll create public and private walls to make changes. I'll create public and private partnerships to rebuild our infrastructure. We need more apprenticeships and skills training. And we have billions in the permanent fund to invest in schools and small businesses. And here's what I think of Trump's wall.
Well, okay, so, yeah, that's pretty a powerful commercial. And how much was that to make? I mean, and the drywall alone, look at all the cost of that. I know. And man, is she like the Bionic Woman or something? That was strange. Does she want to kick some serious ass or something? Is that what her goal is? All right, well, good luck. Man, I just want to live a peaceful life in my VW trailer. I can't wait to buy this. I doubt it's even, you know, more than just one item in the entire world like that. Anyway, I was not attracted to her body. Yeah, I noticed that her dress was polyester, wasn't cotton. It bothered me that she seemed so toxic, and the work that she did was toxic. She didn't have an air mask on. What's that kind of message to kids? Oh yeah, go ahead and play around Dad's construction zone and get lung cancer. I mean, talk about an ad on how not to get asbestosis. I know some of you prefer asbestosis, but I can tell you it's no fun. Mesothelioma, the drywall dust. Yeah, that was irresponsible, totally. Kind of like Rudy Giuliani when he refused to give anybody air masks when they went in as first responders to the 9/11 attack. What an idiot. And that's the guy Donald Trump has for his attorney, who flip-flops on everything more than Donald does. I didn't really mean that. I'm sorry I said that. It was a hypothesis as to when the Moscow-Trump deal was going down. He kind of talks like with his head bobbing. Notice how he looks like a bobblehead, Giuliani. One of those plastic bobbleheads you buy. I was like, Mr. Trump is totally innocent in every matter. Yeah. I think I do better Giuliani than I do Donald Trump. I really don't want to do Donald Trump. Not in a sexual way, of course, but because I'm not gay. But I don't think he is either. No, I don't want to actually impersonate him. It bothers me just to, you know, the whole idea of his... He has such an elitist look about him. I need a lift by now. I'm a very, very smart person. I'm a very stable genius. We all know that Barack Obama was just as illiterate and probably just a teleprompter reader, just like Trump is a teleprompter listener. Did you see his speech? He had like a listening piece in his ear. It was weird. You could tell he was reciting words in sentences in 7-word combos. I better get a better comb over. Well, I don't want to be like Alec Baldwin. He does the best bad impersonation of Donald Trump, I think. I actually liked his bad impersonation. But clearly there's something going on with the way Trump treats the whole issue of adultery, you know? He doesn't want to admit that he paid Stormy Daniels. He told reporters he had no knowledge of it and lied outright in a plane. And then now we find out he did pay Stormy. When is this really going to come to a head? I mean, I'm not waiting for Mueller to do something because he looks like he's sitting on the pot waiting to take a crap.
I have a question. My question is, how many jets do you have and how would I advise to be flight attendants?
I think she's hired. You're hired. Now, I had a case. It was very interesting. A beautiful girl who was 17 or 18 applied to be a waitress. She's so beautiful. She's like a world-class beauty. She's so beautiful. And my people came. She said, "Look, Mr. Trump, she has no experience." So I interviewed her right away because she was so pretty. And I said, "Let me ask you, do you have any experience?" She goes, "No, sir." I said, "When can you start?"
Wow. That girl's 17 years old and he's quick to like grab her and touch her and fondle her. David, after you ban Pope Francisco, I can watch your show on my iPhone X, but can watch Mark shows. Why? Well, I didn't ban Francisco. I banned Petro, who claims to know Pope Francis. I wouldn't doubt he works at the papal ministry. He seemed like a Rosicrucian to me. Yes. Either that or he was suffering from rosacea. I don't know what happened to Fun Late Night. I don't know. It's like it's no longer fun anymore. Am I alleging Trump was on a regular on Epstein Island? No, it's a fact he was. Trump managed to handle all of the girls at Mar-a-Lago for Epstein. Epstein's butler found the blacklist, which had Trump #1 on the list of call-ins with 17 numbers attached to him. I mean, come on. I am fun late night. Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to bring a little humor to, our show and unite the left and the right, as best I can. I've got to get my position right here. I think I have to get my head up higher. Oh, there we go. Okay. We are in big trouble with Bernie Sanders types and the Acosta, the Alexander, whatever her name is. We're going to call her Eba Abedin. Yeah. Eba Abedin, Ocasio-Cortez woman. I'd like to see Eba Abedin and Ocasio standing neck to neck. And really, that would be the definitive, oh, okay, so she's not Eba Abedin. Look at a montage of Sister Persnickety. Yeah, many of them look alike at a certain point. When you're in the convent and have taken on the cloth, you become married to Jesus. Jesus. What is this? Is this a picture of a bunch of nuns? Well, what does this have to do with anything? Is that a dude? I think that's a dude in the back there. The nun looks like a lady. Kurt Cobain was from Aberdeen, yeah. Poor guy got killed, and they called it a suicide. Can you imagine? No, I'm not saying he had sex with minors. Justice for Katie sued him, claiming he had sex with her when she was 13 at Mar-a-Lago. Justice for Katie was part of the Mar-a-Lago Jeffrey Epstein thing. And Justice for Katie was so afraid that she'd be killed if she testified, or even had reporters meet her with her attorney, that she dropped the case the next day. And Michael Cohen is claiming that Giuliani and Trump are threatening to kill him. I don't know if you heard that. It's all over the news that Michael Cohen was threatened by Donald Trump, he claims, and Giuliani, death threats. Now, he's slated to testify this week. If something happens to him, there's a good likelihood it would have been caused by either one of them. I mean, he's openly stated that he's been threatened personally. Hello, Saul. How are you? Okay, we got rain possible in the Southern California area. One Pacific Redwood is looking at the storm projection.
Today is February the 8th, 2019, and right now at 9:30 a.m. we have a temperature of 54 degrees here in the foothills of Los Angeles. The relative humidity is 35%. The dew point is 27 degrees, and we have a barometric pressure of 28.15 on one instrument, which is not calibrated.
So he's going to go into detail on how the storm front is pushing up into the northwest. We're getting hosed. Today we got 4 or 5 inches of snow in Washington. Very unseasonable. I live in an area that hardly ever gets snow, and I'm getting, they say, up to 8 inches. So we're definitely getting hit by the tail end of the polar vortex that hit the Midwest and still hitting the Midwest. We are now looking at major hemp killer snow. Yeah, people growing marijuana outdoors are going to lose their marijuana crops. But that's one Pacific Redwood. He tracks the entire projection of chemtrails and phased array radar in combination to create weather patterns and weather modification. He talks all about it. We'll feature him tonight. You got 5 centimeters of snow where you are? I don't think Bagface can even get close to a real assessment of the wall that Trump is going to build. It's going to be a fence, a slat fence. Trump refuses to call it a fence. It's not going to be effective, and everything that Trump is doing right now, I'll have to do over again. It'll be more like a temporary barrier. No, wall is not effective. The only thing that's really effective is a lethal electric fence But we don't have that. What we have is the invisible fence idea that I've been pitching. Now, in the meantime, I want to get enough containers to cover the entire 1,000-mile stretch that I was the one that did the measuring back in 2008. And I can tell you that this container wall will work. 1,000-mile container wall for $1 billion. Dun, dun, dun. Kind of like Disneyland out there, you know, with the background kind of where it is. It kind of looks like Disneyland. So it'll be kind of like Disneyland, but we will have an active denial system, which is a microwave system designed not to kill people. I studied calculus. I had a great result on my advanced placement exam. When I was 15 years old, I took the calculus BC exam and got the top score. And that gave me a full year of credit for college calculus. So I went into my second year at college calculus at the age of 15. And I finished that with an A. So I did 2 years of college calculus by the age of 15. Oh, I know calculus. I just didn't really have a passion for it. Dave, Putin says Russia will help Mexico recoup California, Texas, Mexico. Right, Russia's going to help with Trump in every way. Russia pretty much owns Trump now. As long as Trump has that sex tape of himself, the selfie, that according to Mueller is in his possession, a sex selfie, according to a result by Concord Management Consulting when they asked for a list of the laundry list of things that Mueller had. Mueller has in the Trump file a sex selfie, and they won't release it based on the idea that it's considered national security, even talking about it. I guess me mentioning it is enough. It is in the news, though. I'm not trying to violate national security. I think it's violating national security by not showing the sex selfie. You know, whatever it is, I think the American people really need to know what Donald Trump is sporting between his two legs. You know, a mushroom, or it's going to come out. You know that Jeff Bezos' sex selfie is going to come out. You know that Donald Trump's sex selfie is going to come out. It's going to eventually happen, you know. I think the sooner the better. Simply because I don't think Russia should be allowed to control and manipulate and blackmail our president. Do you? Well, we have hypothetical pictures of him naked. Here's one. I'm okay with this, you know. If this is what I'm dealing with, sex selfie, it does not surprise me. You go spank your monkey there, buddy. I know. You're having a good time. Spank that monkey. Oh, I'm sorry. There's not supposed to be nudity on the screen. Oh, you're right. No nudity on the screen. Trump owes a hell of a lot of money. And he has been making tons of money off of the White House. He owes $2 billion, $1 billion to Deutsche Bank, known for its money laundering with Russia. And he owes another $1 billion shared with other people. And he himself doesn't take a salary because he's profiting a huge amount, violating the emoluments clause by running a hotel out of a U.S. postal office in Washington, D.C. I mean, he's just sucking money left and right out of the presidency. Conflict of interest. Everything he's doing is conflict of interest. Oh, hello. I'm so sorry. I know people in Japan love me. I know. And I appreciate the love. I do. There is a terrible... I have been, unfortunately, mispronouncing one of your cities. Yeah, and I've been calling it Osaka.
Osaka.
Osaka. Osaka. Instead of Osaka, Osaka.
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 Go suck up. What? No. Osaka.
Osaka.
Okay. How? What is that right?
I can learn to understand you much better if I can get familiar with the way you talk. I need your permission to help.
Well, you could go to hell anytime you want, Cortana. Later. Go to hell. Osaka. Osaka. Okay, thank you very much for watching our show, by the way. Japanese don't accent any syllables. Good to know. Osaka. No accent on syllables in Japanese. So instead of arigato, it's arigato. No accent on arigato. Gotcha. I gotcha, Pablo. Me speaky righty. Pablo, are you Pitoro in disguise? You resemble Pitoro, and since I'm a chat reader, I read chat. Somebody says, Dave, what do you do? Well, I'm a chat reader.
Do you play any games?
Yeah, Counter-Strike.
I think I've heard of that before. Rush B, am I right?
Hey, we got another 22 minutes with Kit Boga, the guy who somehow didn't get kicked off of Twitch where I was. Yeah, they banned me on Twitch, but this Kit Boga guy gets all kinds of coverage, and gosh, who doesn't like to see a guy who makes tons of money on AdSense dollars? So we've got him tonight in our show. He's scamming tech scammers, and he has two tech scammers fighting each other for $500. His money. He's got one tech scammer against the other guy. Cortana is watching you watch porn. I don't need no basic lessons in Japanese, Pablo. Ain't no plans of going to Japan any time in my life, man. I would be a hit over in Japan. They love the blackface thing. They would love me. Dave, you unban Pitoro. Okay, I will unban Pitoro. Will he continue broadcasting on UHF if I do? That is a yes or a no. Question. I am waiting in the queue. Thank you for that link. I'm looking forward to seeing. He's good. Kit Bogo is funny. I was laughing my head off last night. Well, not technically. Okay. We'll give it a shot. Hopefully we'll get our show up and running in Canada. People are worried about that. All right, we'll see how it goes, but don't make any personal attempts to defame me or make nasty statements about me. Thank you. He looks kind of cool. Creepy Trump. It's a story. Hey, Trump had his physical today. Yeah, but they won't tell anybody what his weight is or his height. Now, they got the height wrong last time when Ronnie Jackson, after having a few prescription meds, gave him a physical. But they have said that he's doing great, which means absolutely nothing. If Trump is, just breathing, that's a good thing. I don't know how a person can breathe out of that tight orifice of a mouth he's got. Look at that. If that wasn't the biggest ass kisser, I don't know who is. He sucks up to Kissinger and everybody else. I'm just a big New World Order ass kisser. Oh, yeah. Look at me. Little Miss Brown Noser. Oh, Ivanka. Sorry. I was having a little creative license. Is that okay? Let's not forget he had a relationship with Henry Kissinger. Right in front of us, the day he fired James Comey or the day after, and met with the Russians. Who will ever forget this yellow experience?
Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're right now talking about Russia.
Henry, I was wondering, would you like one of your favorite foot rubs? Ivanka loves to rub your feet. I would love to have her work with you. You could just contract my Trump escort service out of Beijing, Henry. Ivanka would love to rub your feet.
Yeah, but Mr. President, this is really a new world order, and we own you. We have many of your notes financially. You must do as we say. You are a puppet for the New World Order.
Okay, Henry Ann Donald sitting on a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-G. Okay, he's 6'2" and 235. Are you sure? Well, I commend you, Donald. You lost 4 pounds since your last thing. I think he's more like 6'2" at 280 or 290. I know. Well, Ivanka is a beautiful Jewish woman. Nothing wrong with that. Her mother was Jewish. She's Jewish. Don't hate on Jewish people. What is wrong with you people? You act like a bunch of Nazis. Oy vey. Seriously. You should be angry at the Nazis, the Ashkenazis, not the Jewish people. All those people that surround Donald Trump in the White House. Those are Ashkenazis. They're not Jewish. I think we got corroboration here, yeah.
Yeah, Dave, you're right. That's right, Dave. Oh, yeah. Thumbs up, dude.
But yeah, I think we're looking at serious... Well, looking at the big picture, it's not good to denigrate Jewish people, okay? That being one. 2, you have to remember that Donald Trump is essentially Israel's bitch. Yeah, he went over there many years ago and, became Israel's bitch because he wanted money. And the Ashkenazis, they want to be Jewish, but they're not, they've got the money. So they're the Zionists. They're the ones that want a global new world order. It's one thing having Israel, but the other thing, a global new world order. So these people basically own him. He made loan deals with a bunch of Russian oligarchs. I figured Pablo was Petoro. Yes, I knew that. See, I'm psychic that way. But yeah, he's basically over there as a Zionist bitch. And I'm okay with the fact that he supports Israel as a nation. I'm good with that. But letting Israel dictate our foreign policy, I'm not good with that. And Donald Trump is so far up Israel's ass, it's ridiculous. Am I right? Yeah, you're right, Dave. Thank you. I'll drink to that. So we don't pitch this catering to AIPAC thing that the Democrats and Republicans do. I refuse. I'm a person who believes that our country should not cave to these powerful lobbying groups. And I found out recently that AIPAC is not even registered as a political action committee. It's a public affairs commission. They are giving money to our leaders as a public affairs commission, which is technically illegal and it violates the McCain-Feingold Act. They have to be a registered public... I can't believe this has been going on for like 40 years. AIPAC has to be a registered political action committee, and they're not. So everybody, Obama, Clinton, Trump, all got money from AIPAC illegally. This is pretty serious when you think about the implications. Clinton sucked up to the... Bill Clinton was a big AIPAC donor recipient. Well, since all you Goyim don't want to put out any money for your political position and you believe that, you can get somewhere without any money, you are being taken advantage of by these very rich Ashkenazis who have very much more power than you Goyim who have no power whatsoever. You just think you have power. That is the great irony of this America. Israel owns us, and they will make us do whatever they tell us to do, because we don't have any political power. We're basically just their 9/11 police force. I think you know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Trump is caving in on DACA, the DREAM Act, and all the DACA students that under Obama that were living here. There's quite a few of them, 500,000 people who ultimately want to have U.S. citizenship or amnesty. The Democrats keep using this DACA thing to force Donald to the table to get this wall built. And Donald Trump offered a 3-year no hands-on, no ICE members will bother anybody with a DACA affiliation. Well, 3 years is not enough. Most of these people are students. By the time they graduate, they're going to want to have a job in America. So they don't want ICE breathing down their neck. So Nancy Pelosi's saying no. I know. There's nothing wrong with Ashkenazis, people. Yeah, Ashkenazis are good people. Don't get me wrong, but they're not Jewish. They think they are. I did unban Pitoro. Oh, it's 2 R's? Okay, sorry. Just tell them to get us back on track here. Thank you. My Canadian supporters are missing me on TV. No, they're not. No, Ashkenazis are not related to Abraham. Ask any Hasidic Jew or Orthodox Jew. They'll tell you Ashkenazis are, technically they're court Jews, like the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds became so rich, money laundering for the Jewish royalty, and being the money tenders and loaning money out to all of you Goyim, that for over 500 years they've raped you of every dollar you've got. Now they're sitting on massive fortunes, trillions of dollars. The Rothschilds. They were originally Bauers, and they wanted to separate themselves from the rest of the Bauer family, so they created their own name, Rothschild. Kind of like the candy. I'm not making that up. Seriously, they have a made-up name. The Windsor family, they have a made-up name too, the Queen of England. Windsor is not an official name. They're from German ancestry. Many people believe they're Ashkenazis too. Hitler was an Ashkenazi. Himmler was an Ashkenazi. Goering was an Ashkenazi. They're not Jewish. I'm trying to explain. They're the ones persecuting the Jews, the chosen ones, the ones we should respect and love and care for and be nice to. Not treat like they're some bad person. I'm very against anti-Semitism. I want you to know that I'm strictly against this Zionist trend, which isn't even Jewish. There is no literal translation of the Torah that gives us the purpose of having the state of Israel. But the Zionists managed to get this thing produced, and the state of Israel was created, and it's a homeland for many Jewish people, and that's a good thing. It also took away the homeland of the Palestinians when they lost the Yom Kippur War. But the reality is, Israel is a very strong nation. We need to look at it as a solid ally. But that doesn't make me a Zionist. I don't believe that we need to support a Zionist global New World Order takeover, which I believe is their next step. And because of their powerful connections with Washington, we are now dealing with our country being run by AIPAC, American Israeli Public Affairs Commission. Not a good thing. Ocasio, yeah, she's of no value. She just has a mouth on her. And she's getting free time. I get no airtime. She gets all the airtime in the world. She has 2 evictions. She has a 400 credit rating. And she's on the finance committee. Yeah, insane, isn't it? Talk about insane. It's insane. I agree. Ocasio, I really believe, is being pushed by the move. I guess it's the Media Matters group that's still working for the Clintons. Even though Hillary had a big falling out with John Podesta, and I mean a big falling out, they say she had a fight with him, a physical fight, like a fist fight. You don't remember right after she was, coughing up these big green gobbles. Look at the green gobble that came out of her mouth there. See that? It's a big green loogie. See that? When she grabbed the water. Remember when she was coughing? She was dropping out a green loogie out of her mouth. Oh, see it right there in the water dropping? See that? Yeah. Just look at that. Just take a good look at that. That's the woman who wants to be president still. She may still run. She's had a slight makeover. She now looks a little bit more like Bill. So I'm thinking we'll call her Billary. What do you say? I think they were able to clone Bill and Hillary together in this particular cloning experiment. And I think Billary sounds like a good possibility for a win, in the upcoming election. All right. We had a story that was pretty powerful earlier. Still looking for... this is a win-win approach. Look at that. The new look. Nancy, no, we don't like Nancy for president. If only Trump and Hillary were fused into one person. But she has a pretty bad picture out there. Let me see if I can bring it to you. Bring it to me, baby. So many pictures. It's just amazing. Oh, Hillary, oh, Hillary. Da 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 da, Hillary. Well, it's not popping up, so you don't have to see it. Yeah, it's evading my close scrutiny here. It doesn't matter. Wow, let me show you Mary Pinchot. I want to show you. This is a woman that they claimed JFK had an affair with. Yeah. Mary Pinchot Meyer. Mary Pinchot Meyer. Yeah, very beautiful woman. They say JFK was involved with a lot of women. I know. Mary Pinchot was killed by JFK, really? Her diary. I wonder if her diary, the DC death unresolved 44 years later. Here is Mary Pinchot, the story of her life. Mary Pinchot Meyer's death remains a mystery, but in her life that holds more interest now. There she was. Yeah. In 1964, the mistress of John Kennedy, friend of Jackie, and ex-wife of a top CIA man, Cord Meyer, was murdered in the rarefied Washington precinct of Georgetown. You know, I wouldn't doubt that JFK was involved. You know, that really changes my view of JFK. If he was involved in, like, the death of Marilyn Monroe or Mary Pinchot Meyer, that would really change my view of him as a president. I'll tell you. Yeah, they were kind of gangster people, weren't they? The father, Joe, was kind of a gangster. I know he told his son, Bobby, that if he continued this line against the mob, that it would destroy their lives, including your brother, John F. Kennedy. That's what Joe, the father, told Bobby, that if he continued this effort to nail Jimmy Hoffa and the gangsters, it would destroy their lives. And, you know, Joe was right. It pretty much did, didn't it? All right. Well, thanks for your perspective, Mad Dog. I'm beginning to change my view a little bit on John F. Kennedy. As much as I think he was trying to stop the secret societies, I think he was kind of swept up in it at the same time. Yeah, it just seems like he was part of a... Well, he wouldn't have been elected if his dad hadn't been a mobster. I mean, Joe Kennedy got John F. Kennedy to the presidency, pretty much. I know. Robert was, you know, very moral and tried to stop the mobsters, but we never did find out who killed John F. Kennedy, did we? It certainly wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald. Even John Kerry says that he doesn't think a lone gunman was the one that did it. Yeah, not that I like to quote John Kerry. You know, he's not a high on my list person I want to... The audio tapes of the event showed 5 bullets, not one. Not the one bullet theory. And it was pretty obvious that the Secret Service was in on the killing of John F. Kennedy. Watch how they stand down.
Everything seemed normal as the president's Secret Service bodyguards kept their ever-watchful eyes on the crowd. Everything seemed normal as the president's motorcade began its journey. Everything seemed normal. That is, up until this instant. What took place is so odd that we're going to examine the scene 4 more times. Watch the left side of your screen. The arrow points to Agent in Charge, Emory Roberts, as he stands in the Secret Service follow-up car and motions with his hand. What he is doing is calling away the president's 2 most important bodyguards, the bodyguards whose job was to protect the president's back by riding on the bumper of the limousine throughout the motorcade. Watch again as he stands and orders the agents running at the rear of the president's car away. Watch the confusion inside the follow-up car that results. Now watch the right side of your screen. The arrow points to one of 2 agents whose job was to hop aboard the bumper and act as human shields. He's obviously perplexed. Watch as he shrugs his shoulders 3 times in dismay, each shrug more dramatic than the last.
Yeah, dun, 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 dun. No, that was a big shrug. That was like, what the hell? We're supposed to be standing around the president. Why are we standing down in an open area? Everything points to LBJ knowing about the death of John F. Kennedy as well. That famous picture of LBJ winking at the mayor of Dallas, who happened to be the brother of a CIA agent that John F. Kennedy fired. Here's the picture right here. And you can see the mayor of Dallas winking in the background at LBJ as he turned and winked at him. Notice how one eye is open and the other is closed. Yeah, that's actually a wink. They both winked at each other right as they met eyes, and LBJ knew that he oversaw what happened, and he wasn't, I don't believe, complicit in the actual hit on John F. Kennedy. He just wanted to take the position of the presidency. LBJ desperately wanted to be president, and he'd do it any way he could. He knew, yeah. And the mayor of Dallas worked directly with the top agent for the CIA, George H.W. Bush. Now, nobody in our government's admitted this, and Donald Trump is now sitting on the CIA files that were held in abeyance regarding George H.W. Bush's involvement in the John F. Kennedy assassination. Donald Trump will not release them. He claimed at the time that he wouldn't release them because George H.W. Bush was alive and no standing president should be investigated. That wasn't even an official law. He had misinterpreted the law. Either way, we still don't see the paperwork, and that the CIA had about 2 years ago that they were releasing. We still haven't seen it. So we do pretty much know that George H.W. Bush was the standing agent director of the CIA in Dallas, because right after that, when Nixon became president, he made George H.W. Bush the director of the CIA. Yeah, I believe it. He was flirting with the newly widowed Jackie. I wouldn't doubt it. Total scumbag, yeah. I wouldn't doubt he was, hitting on her like Mr. Onassis, who eventually got married to him. Okay, so we've got a big, huge reveal tonight about Matthew Whitaker, who the acting attorney general openly refused to discuss what he knew about Mueller in advance of meeting this group. And we have the full clip of the hearing tonight at the end of our show.
I will begin by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Now,
this guy, the chairman, Mr. Hadler, was working to try to figure out exactly what Whitaker knew before he became an acting attorney general, and then right around here, it got a little testy. Whitaker actually told him the time is over.
The briefings myself, and I am usually the endpoint of that information.
But you won't answer the question.
I just did answer your question.
I don't think you did, but let me just say this. Your iteration of the department's longstanding policy appears designed to delay answering these questions as long as possible. I find that unacceptable. I understand the role of executive privilege and respect its value in our system of governance. However, Congress is a co-equal branch of government. We have a responsibility to conduct oversight. This is a responsibility we take very seriously. I've repeatedly tried to work with your office, first in delaying the hearing until February, and then in providing you our questions in advance. I did this because the executive branch's own rules governing assertion of privilege, which were issued by President Reagan and have been followed ever since, say that ultimately it is up to the president to decide whether or not he wants to assert executive privilege. You cannot repeat forever that the president might want to assert privilege. I've given you a fair opportunity to prepare for the hearing and to speak with the White House in advance so that we could avoid this fight in the first place, but you don't appear to have done any of that. The department's failure to do its due diligence here, to me, is deeply troubling. I do not believe that issuing a subpoena here would correct the problem, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to rectify the situation. After today's hearing, we will attempt to reach an accommodation with the department to obtain answers to these questions. As part of that process, I ask for your commitment to return for a deposition before this committee in the coming weeks, under oath, with an understanding that the transcript will be released to the public as soon as practicable thereafter. Any questions that are unanswered today or require consultation with the White House will be asked again at that proceeding, and I expect either a clean answer or a proper assertion of privilege claimed by the president. I would ask members on both sides of the aisle to make those questions clear for the record so we know what must be addressed at the future proceeding. Now, in your capacity as acting Attorney General, have you ever been asked to approve any request or action to be taken by the special counsel?
Mr. Chairman, I see that your 5 minutes is up, and so I'm here voluntarily. We have agreed to 5-minute rounds, and
the committee.
I think that's a fine.
This is unheard of.
Call from.
Yeah, Rick. Rick, what can I do for you? Yes. Hi. That was weird. I had some sort of a psycho on the phone. That's strange. So apparently this guy interrupted the chairman and said his 5 minutes are over. Nobody does that. Nobody interrupts the chairman and says his 5 minutes are over. And he never answered any of the questions. So Matthew Whitaker, the football guy with the bald hair, looks like a football player, he was the most evasive person I've ever seen on a witness stand. Actually, it was a voluntary witness situation. Yeah. I don't think it's appropriate, this matter, and I think considering they're trying to get to the bottom of how much Trump knew in advance of the Moscow Trump Tower deal, that's a big point of concern, because Trump was running around telling people that he was never involved with business deals with Russia. All the while, according to the timeline the Republicans have presented, Giuliani presented, Trump knew about the Russian Moscow Tower deal and was encouraging it to go on, according to Michael Cohen, despite the fact that he said there was no Russian doings, no business dealings going on. Now we've got another clip that'll play. Just came in from 153 News and Scissor Fight. Let's take a look at this.
This is beautiful. You want to get upset with me? You want to see yet another example of how corrupt this government is, and when they put mouthpieces and liars up in front and ask questions, they misdirect, they distract, and they lie. This is so beautiful. Just to let you know that the hand-in-hand act of CNN being the first reporters on that Roger Stone indictment, hand-in-hand with the FBI, this gentleman here asks the question blatantly to this mouthpiece. How the hell did that happen, man? What the fuck? How did CNN know when everybody else was supposed to be in on it too, as far as fairness of mainstream media? And this entity and his answer is classic corrupt government, blatant and in your face. So let's just listen to it.
The DOJ webpage promptly after it's unsealed, and then media outlets were notified. We do not know of any, and I do not know of any other special counsel's office notice or DOJ notice to media outlets regarding Mr. Stone's indictment or his arrest. And otherwise, you know, I really, as I sit here today, don't have any other information that I can talk about regarding Mr. Stone.
Well, given your answer even just then, it does seem concerning given the timing of this reporter's knowledge and other things that there seems to have been a gap in that discovery. And just another question is if anybody would outside this, would you view this as a problem? Do you, I mean, because this looks like this is something, I'm just asking, as in your final days here, would this be a problem with DOJ if we're looking at the timing doesn't match up? That somebody was, it seems to appear that this was given pre or prior knowledge, not going through the normal channels. Because if it was given through normal channels, every media outlet would have been there. But only one was.
Mr. Collins, I share your concern with the possibility that a media outlet was tipped off to Mr. Stone's either indictment or arrest before it was made, that information was available to the public.
Yeah, we'll find out. The Roger Stone case is still pending, 7 indictments going forward. But they're trying to get Matthew Whitaker to speak the truth, and I really don't think he has it in his capacity to do that. I think he's just a complete shill for Trump and has been protecting Trump ever since he said that he would drop paying Mueller his fees just to end this investigation. Now, that's the guy who tried to obstruct justice. He shouldn't have been Attorney General. So that's a serious problem. We're looking at William Barr as a possible Attorney General. He, too, wrote a letter to Rod Rosenstein, 20-page letter asking for him to stop investigating Michael Flynn, who we now know was a Russian agent. And Trump knew that in advance of hiring him as our national top security guy, our national security advisor. So, yeah, William Barr shouldn't be Attorney General either. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. All right. Yeah, I hear you. So many of you are expecting Donald tonight in the show. I'm so sorry I couldn't oblige. Yeah. I don't know how he gets his face in that position. It's just, it's very small mouth of his. It's more like a small orifice. How can he even talk through that mouth? Anyway, obviously I have a bigger mouth than he does. Now, Dave, I wish you could opine on relevant issues like the Arrows-Jones jet controversy or partial differential equations. We're not going to talk about partial differential equations. No, this isn't a math course in calculus. The I Love Rock and Roll, the Joan Jett piece that you sent in, we'll be playing that a little bit later. Yeah, Grenada. Yeah, any donation like that we'll play at the end of our show. We can't play it during our show because YouTube will monetize us. You had to try and bully you to the email for the evidence you're getting? Brown shirts? Wow. Almost fighting a battle of revealing the body part industry in the South. She's uncovered a lot of truth about how they maneuver around and move body parts and babies and all kinds of things. And she's been doing an investigative journey of her own, and it could get scary. She's been doing a lot to, you know, advance her knowledge of what's going on because she's trying to find why her baby was taken from her.
Hi folks, Mr. Teslonian here.
Wood gasification was done back in the the old days. Here's a new look into how wood gasification is going on to power a tiny house. Let's take a look. Yes. Okay. Yes, go ahead. What's your question, Charles? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Could you speak up next time, Charles? Thanks. It'd be difficult to do anything if you didn't make it through the night. Poor Charles is suffering from some mental problems. he may be, you know, finding a little problem of his own. Hey, we're doing a planned intermission right now, so yeah, we got 30 minutes to the end of the show. I want to kind of get serious here, so I have to blow out some steam and play my obligatory Mr. Right song. Here we go.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. They found you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. They found you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, now we are back at you, folks. I've been explaining to you tonight Donald Trump's connections to the Nazis. And as you probably know, Donald Trump, during his marriage to Ivana Trump, the mother of Ivanka, he read, according to the deposition, he read Hitler's speeches. Yeah, that's serious. Reading Hitler's speeches every night before he went to bed. Now, we know that Donald Trump didn't have good reading skills back then. So, and they didn't have books on tape back then, or they might have. But he was reciting and reading all of Hitler's speeches, and that's a fact, Jack. Now let's take a look at all the Ashkenazis that are surrounding Donald Trump in the White House right now, and wonder why we're allowing the same thing that happened to Germany with the Nazis surrounding Hitler. Why are we allowing the same thing happening in America right now with Trump? And I think we'll find out the answer to that real quick. Yeah, it's a serious thing when you're surrounding your entire cabinet with Nazis.
Report stated, quote, "There were continuing moments of alarm. A panel truck with a paint..." Michael Aboud, Communications Coordinator, Donald J. Trump for President, Sephardic Jew. Paul Eschleitner, Chairman, Supervisory Board, Deutsche Bank, Donald Trump's largest lender, Ashkenazi Jew. Miriam Adelson, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Future 45 PAC, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Sheldon Adelson, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Future 45 PAC, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Paul Atkins, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Brian Ballard, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Elliot Broidy, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Safra Katz, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Michael Cohen, Executive Vice President and Special Counsel, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew.
Michael Cohen, let's stop on that one. He was a big part of Donald Trump's cabinet, but now Trump isn't very proud of him. In fact, he's disowned him because he spoke the truth. Yeah. Oh, he left nasty comments. Oh, poor him. Thank you. The pork steamed rice video was just uploaded. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, well, we know that all good things happen to those that love God. We know that. And all bad things happen to those that love Lucifer. So I think we all know the answer to the question that we're having right now. David, are you an Ashkenazi Jew? You know, I don't think I am. I know I'm not Jewish, but I don't think I'm an Ashkenazi. I'm related to a family of Germans dating back to Germany prior to all of the interruptions from the Hinterland. Yeah. My family line dates back to, well before 1100 AD, actually. Yeah, my family, very... I know. You don't want to talk about this? That's okay. The Sponheim family has a castle in Germany that predates all of the Jewish occupation. The Ashkenazis weren't even Jewish, but even those people were not occupying our area. Yes, so it's an old castle. It dates back to... Here it is. It's in the small town of Sponheim. There it is. And here's the outline of the Sponheim thing on the outside of the... This is the outside of the castle. It's a beautiful town of Sponheim. There's a beautiful church there, and I've never been there, but there's the dungeon in the castle. Yes, that's where all the bad people were sent. People like the Rothschilds. There's the Sponheim, Burg Sponheim platter from 1127. My family left right around the time this castle was being transferred. Apparently, my family left to Norway and left it in the hands of the other brother. And my family emerged in Norway and left from Norway in the 1860s to move to America. Look at that amazing line of the castle. Isn't that something? So my chromosomes helped build this castle. This is the Sponheim Castle. Yeah, nice stonework. Thank you. Well, I take credit for it, even though my chromosomes did the work. Yeah, I just like to take credit for it. And my namesake, the Sponheim family, we created a thing many of you use, spoons. We're known for the spoon production in the Bronze Age. We don't charge you any residual charges to use your spoon. You don't have to pay me a surcharge to use your spoon. Even the silver spoon in the mouth of Donald Trump when he was growing up. Thank you to the Sponheim family. So we were pretty much, you know, a family of a long-standing German family. I don't think there's any Nazis or Jews in my family history, but yeah. Now can we talk about hybrid capitalism? Because that's really what I was here for. So if we look at a brand new way of doing business in America where we encourage U.S. businesses to get more money and to hire people by giving them a 2% loan, say we made it a contingent that they hire U.S. citizens at $15 an hour. Well, this is central to hybrid capitalism's rebuilding of our economy, building an infrastructure bank that can do what the Federal Reserve can't do. And the idea is to generate U.S. businesses that want to make production so that we can produce things again, as opposed to going overseas to do our labor, or like Donald Trump, hire illegal aliens at his hotels. This makes companies required to, who are getting 2% loans, which is a very good low rate, to hire U.S. citizens at a $15 an hour wage. And only U.S. citizen companies owned by U.S. citizens would qualify for this money. So it's all about keeping the money in-house. Whereas during the TARP 1 and TARP 2, the readjustment, the quantitative easing that went on about 10 years ago, we essentially, Barney Frank, you know, the guy with marbles in his mouth, he actually couldn't believe that all these companies that got this money to keep the economy rolling, TARP 1 and TARP 2, use that money to invest overseas. as opposed to U.S. businesses. And he was shocked that they didn't, use it for American businesses. He didn't earmark the money for U.S. purchases for U.S. companies, U.S. employees. Nothing. That's a bad indication. We can't do that again. We cannot give money away to businesses unless we earmark it for real jobs in America. I mean, this is a no-brainer. All right. Yeah, I see you've got a great conversation going on. Mr. Pegu has a very important question, but I can't answer it here because this isn't potty talk. Yeah, maybe you can find a website or somewhere you can talk frankly about your potty problems. You're going to South America. That's good. I'm glad you feel confident. So if we sit and do nothing and we allow this socialist mindset to metastasize in our government with Ocasio-Cortez and Kamala Harris offering Medicare for all, you might as well kiss all of your income goodbye, because it'll be like Sweden. 50% of your income, sometimes 60% of your income, will be sucked up into tax dollars. Count on it. No questions asked. You will be paying for all the unclean, unwashed masses that will vote for the socialists, like Ocasio or Kamala. Ever since we had Barack, our country has become traded. It's almost like a joke. We had Barack, now we've got Kamala and Ocasio. I mean, what's going on here? Well, I don't spend a lot of my money unnecessarily on things that would waste my money. And our system is set up so that if we give people a certain amount of money and get them started, that money will probably be seeded into a growth opportunity. They'll be able to multiply it into something bigger. Now, I'm the guy who created a microloan program that could have easily jump-started our country over the past 3 elections. But as the world turns and as you continue to vote for Democrats, Republicans, nothing like that is being born and no opportunities are being given to you. The more you sit back and do nothing, the less you'll ever get in life. I think there's a direct relationship between your apathy and what you get in the end result. And I think there is an equation. And in the end, if you don't have any interest and don't take any participatory action in your life, you will get 0 returns. Guaranteed. 0. You'll have a 0 return because you had a 0 input. And in the end, you may be dead, but you will have lived your life in a way that wasn't fun. Now, I would wish all of you a good life. And they say the best revenge is a good life. Especially for these rich pigs that think they've got everything and you have nothing. But you and I know that you can achieve a comfortable existence on very little. They don't have that ability. These really, really rich people don't have any clue as to how to make ends meet when they're even losing a few $100 million. I mean, I've seen people go have a nervous breakdown losing $100 million in the stock market. Can you imagine? But no. Oh yes, go ahead, please. Yes, go ahead, Hannah. What is your question, Hannah? No one seems to be on the line but some sort of a mad psycho poltergeist. Yeah, I actually make sense. Isn't that amazing? You know what's kind of amazing too is if you had listened to my words over the past 30,000 hours of broadcasting, you would have understood that I've been trying to make sense all along. Now, lucky for you, we have archived all 30,000 hours of broadcasting, so in the future, you'll be able to look back and watch all of my shows and realize that all along I was making sense, but you were too closed-minded to realize that. You were too filled with your own hate, shooting the messenger, the guy that spoke the truth, to listen to what I was saying. I am like Obi-Wan Kenobi. providing an alternative view to the current nightmare we have with the two-party system. This is a trip of a lifetime. So we're getting some positive reviews from, they're possibly going to look at psilocybin being legalized in Colorado. So some of you who really want to trip out on mushrooms might want to consider checking that legislation out. Okay, St. Paul father-daughter waive hearings in incest case. Oh, okay, so the father, Travis Failgrove, waived his hearing with Samantha Kirshner, 21. They were scheduled for Friday. He was involved in an incest case with his daughter. Both agreed to provide DNA authorities for a paternity test. Yes, the probability that he is her father is 99.99999%. So I guess we're going down the road here prosecuting these people for incest. Thanks for the clip. Not that I really know what to do with it. Hey, we've got a serious problem on our hands. Garbage. It's what's for dinner. Believe it or not, this is Mount Garbage, one of the largest man-made garbage heaps in the world. Look at that. Mount Garbage was first designated to be the largest garbage heap in the world. We got a lot of garbage, and we're going to have to figure out a way to deal with it. It's not pleasant. Not something we're just going to be able to figure out and solve. Weather modification. Oh, here we go. Let's take a look at this. Garbage in, garbage out. No, garbage just sits there. Okay, here's the meme. What aliens do on Earth. What humans do on Mars. Ooh, wow. Yeah, Martian movements. Aliens versus humans. Okay. I guess that's the meme. Okay, I kind of get it. Is that a penis? I'm beginning to think it is. All right, let's move on. No, we've already moved on. Now we're where we are. Don't give up on us, David. This show goes on and on. We got David Soul in the room. Yeah, David Soul. Don't give up on me, baby. Great song. The legendary David Soul. I know. Hey, we didn't play this video for you tonight.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
He said the F word. I don't recommend saying the F word. It's very bad. I've never said the F word online, you know. I have said it in my personal, private life, though. You know, like, oh, fudge. Hey, you know, isn't it weird we haven't really seen Julian Assange, and they keep talking about him being released? Don't you find that strange?
American mind and in the European mind. He represents American white trash. Deplorable and irredeemable. American white trash. Deplorable 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 trash.
This is obvious CGI. Yeah, deplorable white trash. See the CGI there? So what's going on? Why do you think we have a CGI character of Julian Assange? I mean, and no one's seen him at all, and they keep saying he's going to be released and prosecuted. I hear this all the time. We never ever see him getting released. I'm beginning to think it's CGI. I'm beginning to think it looks like CGI. Yeah. So this was David Soul, the legendary Hutch of Starsky and Hutch. And yes, there is a slight resemblance between me and David Soul. Now, David Soul is still living. He's older than I am, but yeah. Don't give up on me, baby. I'm here at last.
Don't give up on us.
We'll play this later for you, for all of you enthusiasts of David Soul. So that was Hutch, yeah, Starsky and Hutch. You used to have the David Soul album? Wow, Busy. You probably let it out in a garage sale somewhere, and somebody's really cherishing it now. Probably playing it over and over again. Yeah, all you QAnon people, you're in here. Where is Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Well, she was cited at a health club in the DC area, working out, jogging a couple miles around the track, they say. You know, she's got no time. I got no time. David, why do you drink coffee at 10 p.m.? Because if I didn't drink at 10 p.m., I'd probably want it at 2 p.m., 2 a.m. Go ahead and make my day. Okay, I was talking to people who have the ability to lip read. Those of you who are able to lip read knew exactly what I was saying. And I do that little element in the show for those of you to have a private chat with me. Those of you who do read hand signals and do sign language, I would like to just say this. And I have no idea what I just said. Yeah. Sign language for the illiterate. There's no law that says you can't sign even though it doesn't make sense. So if I'm doing signing for, you know, what I'm saying, you're looking at words that don't make any sense at all. These are absolute gibberish. Yeah. I have no idea what my hands are doing. It's like wandering hand syndrome. Have you ever seen wandering arm syndrome? It's pretty intense. I met a woman with it one time. It's very weird. They can't control their arms. Hey, thanks, Jim Bob. We can't do pay for play here, Jim Bob, but if the donation goes through, you will be high on the list for an ambassadorship. But we don't pay for play here. I can't guarantee anything. Sorry. Where do you want to be ambassador of? What would be your favorite choice? What would be your favorite area to be ambassador, Jim Bob? Ambassador of Nebraska? Well, I'm an ambassador for Nebraska. Italy. Oh, really? Well, we'll have to give you a possibility there. We don't do pay for play here. Sorry. That's a Donald Trump invention and a Hillary Clinton invention. I don't offer people ambassadorships for donations. But you will be high on the list, I'll tell you that. Or you might just be high and on a list. Are you high and on a list? Hey, things are actually having, at the end of the show, we kick into actually a fun mode. It takes me 5 hours to warm up. Okay. Oh, we missed this garbage. This is what people were saying. Maybe we could turn this into like a wall of garbage. There's definitely a potential there for big, huge blocks of walls of garbage. It's amazing. Garbage abounds us. And I think this goes down as the best high five to empty space anyone's ever done. We're beginning to see what a phony Ocasio-Cortez is. Look at her giving a high five to nobody. You know, when they said all the women in Congress, now that Trump is, Trump was bragging about all the women in Congress. And she gives herself a high five, but there's nobody there. We think she may have been batting a fly or something. Maybe, Seriously, she gave no one a high five. It's like a high five to herself. David, did you ever meet any of the Manson family? No. The closest I got to the Manson family is where they were doing their press work at the Lawrence Merrick Theater, in which a friend of mine at the time was the stage manager, and he said, hey, check this office out. And I went into the office, and I saw in the office, which hadn't been open since Lawrence Merrick died about a year earlier, I saw all of the press kits for Charles Manson. So he said, hey, take one of these. So I grabbed a press kit, and I walked out. He, being the manager of the theater at the time, he said, yeah, sure, go ahead. And I left the theater, and then a week later, the theater burned down. No, she isn't. She's high-fiving empty space. I'm trying to tell you, man. It could be played at super fast speed. This isn't not a Giphy. I mean, this is not a video. I can't slow it down or speed it up. But she was high-fiving empty space. Whatever. You obviously, love her so much that maybe you should be her, benefactor and help her with her rent payments, because she can't seem to meet her minimum payment on her rent. David don't speak female hand signals. That man, I'm so hot, Dave, thinks I'm high-fiving and I don't care. Simonovich. Simonovich, are you Russian? You seem very Russian to me, Simonovich. Dave, have you ever worked at a restaurant? It's like a Nazi salute. Good point. Yeah. There you go. Let's leave on a high note. What do you say? On a high five Nazi salute here by Ocasio-Cortez. Look at that. Is she joining some Nazi party or something? That looks like a Nazi salute to me. Yeah. Jawohl, Herr Kommandant. Jawohl, ho ja. Something is very twisted with this woman. Hey, welcome to Mayberry RFID, where you get chipped and all your money's taken away. Aunt B's cooking up a snack for you. Would you like to hang out and have some vittles? They are GMO, completely genetically modified, will cause you cancer in laboratory animals after 3 years of studies. I don't think we need to. I don't need to super slow-mo that, man. Between Ocasio's Nazi salute, her Achtung salute, and then Michelle Obama's dangling penis, I think we've seen enough in this show. There's a point at which you begin to wonder, is it really advancing our goal to talk about this stuff? Is this helping clean the ocean? I don't know who Cube Seed Griffith is. Andy Griffith is dead. Yeah, Jim Bob. Andy died. Yeah, it looked like she was saying Zig Heil. Wasn't that amazing? It's not Fear Factor. This is Love Factor. This is kind of like Cornelius on the Soul Train. I'm kind of like Cornelius. I'm like David on the love train. Don Cornelius. Ladies and gentlemen, the legendary David Sponheim. How do you do? I'm David Sponheim, the legendary David Sponheim. No, Mayberry RFID. You need to modernize it. You missed the whole thing. Well, golly, Sarge. All right, well, I'm going to sign off. This has been incredible. Tomorrow is our actually, it's our Sustainable Saturday. Because so far, we've stopped war across the globe. No war in Syria, no war in Ukraine, no war in Venezuela. Everything is beautiful. So yeah, we ended war, and now we're on to Sustainable Saturday. So we'll build a way in which we'll survive the next 50 years as Americans. And you can be a part of this political movement as we go forward in time. So come back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. If you want to hang out till 2 in the morning, you can. I'll be here in chat. I do a microphone work, but generally play videos and talk to you guys. Mostly it's just videos playing, though, because I like to watch videos, too, after getting all these great links that you guys send us. Yeah, so here we are again every day. You know, I don't really rate my life based on how many times I get laid. Busy. Yeah, I'm not really here. No, this is not a zipper head. No, this is an actual, this is the dry look. Developed by the dry look. Yeah, it's got the look of the dry head. I know it's 5 in the morning where you are. I know that. Yeah. Well, bear in mind, you guys do not want to stay up till 5 in the morning. I have a rule, never ever stay up till the crack of dawn. Otherwise, you will get cracked. I've never missed a show in 10 years. No, I've got a solid record. I am unable to stop. My system is perfectly designed to do this show incessantly, forever. Take care, everybody. Good night. We'll take it easy. Yeah, get some sleep. 6 hours minimum.
Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine.
We deserve a better government. One that addresses the real concerns of its people. Now, it seems, so much news is fake, twisting what America stands for. Let's protect our gun rights against media manipulation. Let's get back to what really matters. Secure, safe schools, fencing, and security for our youth. And a clean environment for everyone. Join us nightly as we discuss America's most important concerns at America's Third Party.